Well, there goes the Daverhood. Good morning, everybody. Welcome and good morning to you live on this Saturday morning, February 12th, 2022. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Don't I look sharp-ish? That's my darling and adorable wife, Joyce, over there.
How do you spell aqua?
How do I spell aqua? Like the water?
Yeah. Aqua color.
A-Q-U-A.
It doesn't look right.
There's no C in it. No, it's just aqua, like that. Like when you have underwater terrorists, they say a la aqua. That's not even the comedy we're going to be doing later on this, oh my God, on this episode of Dave's Gone By. It is our 837th episode of the program, and we are calling it Frigidare. Frigid Dare. Here, and I will explain why. In fact, I'll explain why right now. Coming up in just a week or so at the Crane Theater. I forgot to put, of all things, I forgot to put the dates down for it. But happening at the Crane Theater off Broadway on East 4th Street is a Fringe festival. Remember these? I was in one of them. I was in, I think, the Midtown International Fringe Festival. I also did the Boulder Fringe with my show, The Miracle of Long John's. And yeah, we're out of sort of the heyday of festivals. We have been even before the pandemic. But if you remember 10, 20 years ago, it was a big thing all summer long. You had Fringe NYC, and then the Midtown Fringe, and then these other Fringe festivals popping up all over America. And it would just be like 50 different off-Broadway shows, or really off-Broadway shows, sometimes big casts and musical productions, sometimes as simple as a person with a monologue or a stand-up routine, and just one after the other. They go into the theater, they do the show, they hurry on out, because another show would come in there 10 minutes later. And they use 8 different venues all over the city. Excuse me, it was, the idea of it was Fringe. It wasn't the thing that you were going to get commercial producers to put $3 million in to try out off Broadway and then bring to Broadway. It was sort of like, this is our little space. We're going to get people who are interested in seeing fresh, new faces.
Look up the date for the Frigid.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Frigid NYC. And yeah, of course, over the years, because you have so many Fringe festival type shows, you get ones that somehow have made a bigger leap. I'm pretty sure, well, I know that You're in Town, the musical, started as a Fringe offering and eventually made it all the way to Broadway and won some awards there. And I think the Constitution play started sort of fringy. Maybe it was just off Broadway.
Too many events to find.
Frigid NYC 2022 at the Crane Theater. It's not spelled like the bird. It's Crane, Kraine. And that is happening for about 2 weeks. And again, they're going to have about 50 shows. A lot of them solos, not all of them. Some of them really, really weird and goofy and fringy, and some of them more typical and more of something you might see off Broadway.
I see is like 16, let's see.
That actually might start this week, this Wednesday.
That's what it does when I do Crane Theater Fringe Festival dates on Google. It's bringing up things on the 16th to 18th.
Well, it's much more than 2 days.
16th annual.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it is the 16th annual.
February, it says, Frigid will present 16th annual Frigid Festival, as you said, Crane Theater, 85 East 4th.
Yes.
Between 2nd and Bowery, and under St. Mark's, which is 94 St. Mark's Place, between 1st and Avenue A.
So there's in 2 venues.
Yeah, I'll post the link.
Yeah.
It's the 16th to the 6th.
Wow, all the way through March 6th?
Yeah, but you need to have, they say that performances will be available to live stream from home, and that proof of vaccinations if required.
Even if you're watching from home.
Yeah.
That's rather strange that they're forcing you to have vaccinations while you're home watching on your computer. No, but it is the 16th annual Frigid Festival. It's another one. Think about that. It's for 16 years. I don't know if they did one the last year or two. Maybe they did one virtually. But this year is in person with a streaming component. Anyway, we're going to have several people who are creating shows for this year's Frigid Festival. And if you were watching the program last week, you also know that one of the things that you do to get attention in a Fringe festival, in a Frigid festival.
Would you call them writers or what, performers?
Well, they're not all performers. One is a playwright. So they're artists.
Okay.
They're Frigid artists who are taking a Frigid dare. So, one of the things that you do, or are tempted to do, if you want to get attention for your show, that's going to be in the Frigid Festival.
1 to 10.
I'm sorry, what?
10 or 11.
Is what?
When do they come on your show?
At 10 a.m. Eastern. Is you want to find a title that is going to stand out. You want to find, because if you're in the midst of, say, the Fringe NYC, which I think is coming back, and there's literally 100 other shows from all around the world with which you are competing, and Edinburgh too, when people go to that, and there's several hundred shows playing at a given Edinburgh Fringe Festival. How do you make yourself, like when people are scanning titles, you give yourselves some of the weirdest, strangest, funniest, most ridiculous titles, so a person is going to be scanning this list and go, that sounds like, let me at least check out what that is, and then I'll see if I want to go see it, on my Fringe pass, if you will. And sometimes that works. Sometimes the person will go, that's cute, and I like the idea of the show. Let's go, which is a major thing because you're choosing that over 10 other shows that are happening at the same time. So one of the things I used to do when I wrote for Playbill, when I was managing editor of Playbill.com, was that was one of my favorite stories to write all year long, was when the Fringe and the Midtown Fringes and the area Fringes in other states would be happening. I do, well, here's the details, and here's some stuff. And by the way, among the titles of shows that are coming to this Fringe Festival are, and I always look for the most ridiculous, most tasteless, sickest, goofiest ones. And then you find these kinds of joys in your day job. But anyway, I did that again last week. I picked out some of the goofiest titles happening in this year's 2022 Frigid Festival. A couple of the people involved in those titles are going to be on the show today in less than an hour. Yeah.
That's so awesome. I put in the chat the Frigid Festival, the Frigid site, and I put from a Broadway World where they could read more about.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
so
that is.
Both. Yeah.
So we have. Let me tell you about a couple of the people who are coming on this program to talk about their shows, to talk about doing Fringe theater this year. Now, this is not a particularly exciting title, if you will. A public-private prayer. I mean, it's got the alliteration going on, but it sort of sounds like a sad kind of thing, but not really. It's Grant Bowen, who's a stand-up comedian, and he has a show about learning how to talk to God, but in a more sort of comical way through his life. It's autobiographical, as a lot of these things tend to be. We'll be having Grant Bowen on the show in sort of a panel, a panoply of paneling on Dave's Gone By, talking about the Fringe. Okay, that's what, a public-private prayer. Bathroom of a Bar on Bleecker. Oh, the writers do love their alliteration. This was created by a guy named Mike Lemme. He is the playwright, even though he's not appearing in his own solo show. And I love the plot of this one. It has to do with a very, very popular podcast that is ending its long run. And I guess they broadcast from the bathroom of a bar on Bleecker Street because of the acoustics. But it's Mike Lemme. He will be with us on the show in just a little while. Okay, here's title one. Here's a title. This is a show that you can go see between February 16th and March 6th downtown in the Village as part of the Frigid Fest. 3 funerals and a chimp. 3 funerals and a... Well, see, it takes off on 3 weddings and a funeral, which is a great high-concept movie title, of course. But 3 funerals and a chimp. And this one, it has a great title, but sounds depressing, because it's all about this guy who loses 2 members of his family in short succession, and then has to go take care of his dad, who's dying. Comedy, 3 funerals and a chimp, and that is being brought to us by Brian Schiller. He wrote it, he appears in it. Brian Schiller will be with us in the Daverhood. And then, of course, we need a girl. We need a girl, too. And girl is Julia VanderVeen. She's doing a show that's Yeah, and it's a catchy title. It's not the funniest, weirdest title. My Grandmother's Eye Patch. My Grandmother's Eye Patch. But this looks like a lot of fun. This one is a solo show with some some dance and movement in it. Of she is bidding, and this is true, bidding farewell to her grandmother, who passed. But she does it in kind of a kaleidoscopic, absurdist comedy way. Julia VanderVeen also going to be on our episode. And then the first title that caught me, really it caught this guy even more than me. Hello, Potato. Good morning. How are you? Potato's still suffering PTSD, potato traumatic syndrome, because he fell into a lamp and got burned a few weeks ago. So you can see he's sort of patched up, he's sewn up, he's still got. We're going to send him to Dr. Dubrow and that guy at some point to maybe do some coloration work. But he's all right. He's okay. Anyway, Potato and all the potatoes that I have love themselves some ketchup, and ketchup, as we call it, in its nascent form. There is a show. There is a show as part of the Frigid Festival that is called Tomatoes Tried to Kill Me, but Banjos Saved My Life.
Yeah, the DJ saved my life.
Well, he's a DJ. You're the tomato rapper. Tomatoes Tried to Kill Me, but Banjos Saved My Life. Apparently, it's about cancer, and it stars a guy named Keith Alessi. He wrote and appears in it, and he also plays the banjo in it. It's all about, how music saved him, and it's a true story and all of that. So banjos, quite literally, saved his life, or maybe not literally, maybe metaphorically. We'll find out. So Keith Alessi, Grant Bowen, Mike Lemme, Brian Schiller, and Julia VanderVeen all going to be with us, talking not to me, of course, but I'm not even to my wonderful wife Joyce, but to the great, the one, the only, the Jewish Rabbi Sal Solomon, who is waiting in the wings. He has a bunch of questions for all these folks, and they're all going to be on together. Usually when we do this program, it's one-on-one, or sometimes we have two guests talking to the rabbi. This is going to be a literal Jewish gangbang. 5 on 1, with a rabbi, all talking Frigid Festival, all talking Fringe Theater, all having fun, I'm hoping. We'll also have a smaller gangish bangish later in the program when we do our weekly Today, Yesterday trivia quiz. And our regular wonderful panelists, David Sheward, a theater critic for TheaterLife.com, CulturalWeekly.com, Leslie Hoban Blake, a theater director and also the co-host of the video podcast Critics Circle. They are squaring off against each other alongside our beloved Chicago actress and writer Vicki Quade. She co-created the show Late Night Catechism. She spends a lot of Saturdays with us wonderfully here on Dave's Gone By. All 3 of them play the Today, Yesterday trivia quiz, and we all have a blast. That'll be later in the show. We also do have, and consider this a warning, a new Colorado Limerick of the Damned. Joyce and I lived in Colorado for a bunch of years, wherein I started writing a poem every week about a different place in Colorado. This week we go to Castle Pines for a horrible 5-line piece of verse that goes from better to verse. Castle Pines, Colorado, our Limerick of the Damned, and even, time permitted, Greeley Crimes in Old Times, where I didn't bring my folder. I'll get it in a mo. Where we go to...
I'm inviting people.
Thank you, babe. Where we go to... back to Greeley, Colorado. In fact, the newspaper there, the weekly, used to be daily. Now it's 4 times a week in hard copy. It's still every day on the web. The Greeley Tribune has 2 intentionally funny columns in it every week, but they're taken from actual things. They're taken from phone calls that come into the local police dispatch, and also Mike Peters, our friend there, goes through the newspapers from 100 years ago and finds the funniest things that were actually printed in the Tribune back in 1922. Greeley Crimes and Old Times, we call it. So what a show we've got, but what a show we have for you here on this Saturday, February 12th, 2022. We're calling it Dave's Gone By. So, stuff to talk about. My dear, first of all, how was your week? You're talking to get my folder, but how was your week, my darling?
It was very good. I'm trying to do the Frigid stuff. I gotta see if I can link to them on that.
Yeah. You know, it's never good when your wife says, "I'm trying to do the frigid stuff."
No, I got a link
that could involve a gynecologist.
I got a link on. Oh, yeah. That's not good.
Where's my folder? Where the hell is my
I don't
folder?
know. Where's my brain?
Here it is. Here it
What's
is.
Frigid's thing about?
Don't go away, folks. I'm actually here. But anyway, so you had a pretty decent week. You gave me. I want to spend a lot of time though. I have one subject, one thing that I'm gonna get. Ooh, I'm gonna get right into because I'm mad today. I've got something evil and angry on my mind. But before we get to that, McDonald's is bringing back the McCrap. Joyce.
Bring back the McOreo.
Well, that's what. First of all, there's the thing. We saw this, and this was back in Colorado. We saw this on a sign at McDonald's, and among the things that they were advertising, saying they're having special for a short time, was the McWrap, MCWRAP. And I see. I don't think anything of it, but Joyce says it, and the way she says it, we realize, oh my God,
It's the McCrap.
it's the McCrap.
Yeah.
McDonald's has its McCrap, which basically is the entire menu. Also, though, they're bringing back, because it's almost, well, it's not, we're a month away from St. Patrick's Day, but coming soon to a McDonald's near you, the Mint Oreo Shamrock McFlurry.
Oh, God.
I don't know why I find that so funny, but
It's disgusting.
because it's disgusting.
So, my mother and I have no Irish ancestry, right? I know genetically.
Yeah.
But my mother, when we went to Ireland, I got her a kerchief that had it's silk with the little shamrock. And so people throw all kinds of stuff at you. And if I would be offended if they called it a Mick.
Well, it's a Shamrock McFlurry.
A Shamrock McFlurry. It's a problematic.
And that'd be like in a Bowery Boys film if they had an Irish cop that the boys were getting in trouble to. Oh, Shamrock McFlurry. What are you boys up to? Let me just take my shillelagh and beat the crap out of you. I'll beat the crap out of you. Oh, anywho, but that doesn't make me angry. That makes me very, very happy. Hearing about the Shamrock McFlurry and the McCrap from McDonald's, I'm thrilled about that. But let me tell you what happened to me this week. So, invariably, as a broadcaster, as a podcaster, I'm generally pro freedom of speech. I'm generally, even though back as 20, 30 years ago, and if I saw that Nazis were marching in some town in Illinois, they're like, we need to go to Skokie and shoot them and kill them, and how dare they be allowed to march, and how dare the ACLU protect their so-called freedom of speech. They're Nazis. They want me dead. I want them dead. Let's all get guns and see what happens, right? So, generally, aside from that, I tend to stand on the side of say what you want to say, as long as you're not setting fire in a crowded theater, creating a riot, causing someone to get killed, so and so, directly killed. I think that's important. Causing someone to get directly killed. So,
What does it mean, causing someone to get directly killed?
Like if I tell...
Indirectly?
Yeah, if I'm Charlie Manson, and I command my followers, even Charlie Manson never killed anybody. Charlie Manson had people killed, right? But so here's the deal, and I've been defending Joe Rogan on Spotify, right? I don't listen to it. I have never heard Joe Rogan's podcast. I know it's the most popular. I know there's a quarter of them. No, not even. Maybe millions of people who listen to him. He makes $100 million from Spotify, which puts him in a position to counteract people like Neil Young and Joni Mitchell, who have an issue with his saying things. And this is before the whole race stuff came out. Right? But back last month or so, Rogan has his opinions, which I generally disagree with, about vaccination mandates. Not necessarily vaccine. I don't know his stance on actually just getting a vaccine for yourself, but he's certainly anti-vaccine mandate in various states and across the country. He's aligning himself with these crazy truckers who are on the borderline of Canada or whatever the hell is going on there. Okay, fine. That is his opinion. and he is entitled to it. I repeat that. That is his opinion, and he's entitled to it, and he's entitled to speak it. He's entitled to say it, and people who want to listen to it are entitled to hear it. Period. Right? Then they go digging up Joe Rogan. Then they go, into podcasts from a decade ago, kind of a different era, and find him making jokes and microaggressive things about blacks and other cultures, and they're pulling those down. So I don't even get into that, although it's still sort of part of the same thing. But let's just keep it in terms of the whole vax mandate, anti-vax thing. Let's just keep it there. So that is his position. He's got a huge platform on Spotify. And then these artists who say, as long as he's on Spotify, I don't want to be on Spotify. And what's kind of exciting is you'll hear this next week. Rabbi Saul Solomon interviewed Judy Collins. And the legendary Judy Collins, we're going to be playing that next week. And then he asked her opinion on the whole thing. So.
Was that recent?
Well, yeah. It was just this past week.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, isn't it? Rabbi Saul Solomon, Judy Collins.
I'm losing because I didn't have enough caffeine. I'm inviting people.
Uh-huh.
Who was the singer we had on that was lovely? The cabaret singer who played last week.
Last week.
She played the ukulele and stuff.
That was back in our New Year's show, if you can believe it. It was we had both Christine Lavin and Sylvie Simmons. She was lovely.
Thank you. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
David.
But anywho, so the vax mandate thing, which again, I don't know how. I think everybody should get a vaccine. I've had all three. I've had the first two, and then the booster a few weeks ago. Right, I've done everything the CDC has told me to do. Right or wrong, and thank God, except for a sore arm, it hasn't affected. I've had no negative effects as far as I know. It's fine. Everybody should get one. Right, personal. I got one because my wife got it because my mom lives with us. We live with her actually.
It's because I have a health condition that if I get sick, I could die.
Yes.
So I have a serious health condition.
So you can make the choice, and I can make the choice for your sake to have not just 2 shots, but all 3.
Because I don't want you to I don't want you to kill me.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a difference though of being mandated that I have to by the government. That's a thing. Okay.
You have to think about this, right? So,
right.
There's this idea, right, of like. There's this idea of like, this is a global pandemic, and the only way you're going to prevent this pandemic from going on forever and ever is by really locking down and doing some techniques. It's not like, oh, I want you to get, this for the flu or this for pneumococcal pneumonia. It's like, this is a global pandemic, and there's a public health. You have to have a public health arm. Like, when I worked with people with TB, when they had drug-resistant TB, we can find them if they didn't take medication.
Yeah.
Why? Because if you have drug-resistant TB and you don't take meds and you have drug-resistant TB, you are going to make a superbug, which we have now. We have a super virus.
Yeah.
And there's the difference.
And she's just talking about my herpes. So
no, I know, but that's the thing. It's like, in extraordinary times, you need extraordinary measures, right? So,
fair enough.
Like, it's not just like, oh, it's a cold. It's like, if I get it, I'll die.
Right.
So I don't want somebody who's infected to kill me.
Right.
Because I'm protecting myself. We need to have some larger public health effort.
Which we did.
Different. It's different than saying, oh, you need a vaccine for something that won't take out a population.
Yeah,
I mean, like COVID, like think of it, right?
When it first started, that first year, and when Delta came around, absolutely, right. I mean, I am on mostly that side. I have chosen, and even if it hadn't been for you, even if we weren't married, even if I didn't know you, and aside from the fact that I work in a school district, I would have had to ... at a certain point,
Yeah.
But I still believe.
It's not nice to infect the children.
But I believe it's your right to disagree. I do believe it is your right to at least, and even to be somewhat hypocritical, to get the shots and then say, it's not really hypocritical, and then say, I got the shots, your choice to get the shots if you want to, but government can't force us to do it. Right? I don't know really 100% where I stand on that. I'm fairly malleable. I generally, especially if this was much earlier in the pandemic, I was like, oh my God, of course everybody, the government should line up people around the blocks and just give them a vaccine, whether they like it or not, just so we don't have millions dying.
They do that in the army. So when
Yeah.
my dad was, brought in, they don't say like, oh, we're gonna, I mean, I think that it goes deeper because there's not a collective spirit in Los Estados Unidos.
Oh, certainly not.
So this spirit is the spirit.
It's become political.
Let's all work together to like find a solution.
Never.
That's my approach. Most people's approach are like, this is what I'm doing, all about me, and that's not helpful.
Look what happened when they were finally able to pass some sort of infrastructure bill. By the time they did it, a bridge collapsed in Pennsylvania.
Said children have been required for years to have vaccinations.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody's coming. Smallpox, polio,
measles, rubella, diphtheria.
Yeah, all of that. I mean, nobody even thinks about it except Jenny McCarthy and her crazy friend, right? So, yeah, okay, everybody should get this and this and this. Fine. But I do believe that you have the right to believe otherwise and to speak otherwise if you don't believe it.
I think that I think everybody has the right to express an opinion, but I think, like you said before, there are certain things that are, like you have the right to bear arms, but you don't have the right to go on a killing spree. Like there's like...
My arm is mostly bare.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think there's a sensibility, right? There's
yes.
a sensibility and not
and as I said, you don't shout fire in a crowded theater. You don't do something, and you don't block roads if you're truckers and keep people from getting goods in the middle when we can't even get goods, right?
Exactly.
So here's the deal. Has my status, though, has my opinion changed over the past couple of weeks about vaccines and mandates? I got the booster weeks ago. I've been very vocal about it, very open about it, and been pro-vaccine and wavering a little bit on like a government mandate. I have not changed in that stance in weeks, have I? I mean, you listen to you're here, listen to.
I think a lot of your stuff is like you don't want to do what I kind of encouraged you
Fine.
so that I don't die.
But let me explain why I'm bringing this up. I get a message earlier this week, excuse me, from YouTube, and YouTube tells me that we have taken down your show. We blocked it. We've removed it. Now, I've had my issues with YouTube in years past, when they would take down the show because I had copyright. We used to have a segment every show where we'd play 3 or 4 Bob Dylan songs and call it Bob Dylan Sooner or Later, because this was a music and talk show for many, many years, right?
And WGBB Joey, the station manager, she used to always pull me aside and she said, I don't know how David's developed it, but he has the best and most eclectic use of music. She loved it. She's like, I love the music. And she was a big music person.
Yeah.
And she was like, I just love. And she's like, I want that playlist, or I want to. She loved the music you did. She always pulled me aside and said, I love it.
Yeah. And I used to love playing music. Part of the show. It was supposed to be like almost a Vin Scelsa sort of thing, except more comedy oriented. Just talking, comedy bits, and music. And the whole panoply. And we did that for years, especially when we were on college radio. And then suddenly coming on Facebook and uploading things to YouTube, suddenly the Dylan songs that I played had to be muted, or the whole episode was blocked in these countries, like Latvia. You can't listen to Dave's Gone By. Why? Because he's playing 3 Dylan songs.
Latvia?
I'm joking. I mean, whatever countries. Some countries is fine. They don't give a shit. Mongolia, you can listen to Dave's Gone By. No, Mongolia, Dylan doesn't care. But Columbia Records, they care here and here. Yeah, and it's not just Dylan. I mean, it was other, and sometimes it's copyright of actual songs, the song lyrics rather than the performances, because they have bots that go in deep and look for stuff. So yeah, I was breaking YouTube copyright rules, not knowing, because even then YouTube was an afterthought. It still is. I have my own website, davesgoneby.com, as you all know. That's where all the archives are, as you all know. But I also want to get my stuff out there on these different platforms. And each one has its little thing. Like, as you know, I put an hour of the show randomly on public access here on Long Island every Tuesday night from 9:30 until 10:30 p.m. Eastern. If you have Altice Cable in Nassau County and you want to watch an hour of Dave's Gone By.
Why did they change the name?
It was bought. It was, like they do. Yeah. So if you happen to have that cable provider, Channel 20 Tuesday nights you can watch an hour of Dave's Gone By. What I found out at that point was suddenly, I'm doing essentially a commercial for a particular sponsor, right? And these were episodes I did weeks ago before even thinking of putting the show on local public access television. And suddenly I get, notes from the guy who is dealing with Altice cable and public access here in Nassau saying, you've got to recut this or we can't upload this because you have a 2-minute commercial in here for this
But
product.
that's fair, because if not, then what happens is that then that station just becomes like, because public access, you want crazy, you want fun, you want odd, you don't want commercial.
Yeah, if you want a commercial, you have to buy time on a.
We get enough commercials on every streaming service that you don't pay for.
Right.
Every, I mean, you just want to watch something that's like non-commercial free.
I
feel that.
I'm not gainsaying that. I'm not saying negative about it. I'm saying, but that was a thing. That was a challenge, if you will. That was something that was a pain in the ass that I wasn't expecting. Where a couple of the shows, during the show, as you know, I will take a minute or 2 or 3, or would, don't anymore, to say, hey, patronize this place. You get this % off if you mention our show. And public access would see this and say, no, we can't air that. So I have to go back and recut the episode and add other, something filler for those minutes and so it was a pain in the butt. Now, to save myself that, I'm very circumspectly talk about our sponsor in a way that isn't a commercial or isn't even like a PBS. What can they do? A sponsorship mention,
or
right?
like a telethon.
Yeah, or when they do what you
they say like this is sponsored
public
by
radio.
the Smith family, the such and such
Right,
foundation.
right. They can't say go buy this.
No, but they're funders. I mean, but it also is like it's a tax write-off for the charity, but also it gives them good PR.
Yeah.
If you're sponsoring Sesame Street, come on, you gotta get some.
Sesame Street is partially brought to you by Veuve Clicquot Champagne.
Yeah, you're like, I gotta go buy that while I watch it.
So I get it. It was a pain, but I get it. So that's what I have to keep in mind and deal with when I do the show, and it goes on public access. No commercial, that format doesn't allow commercials. I get it. Fine. When I put shows on YouTube and also Facebook, I've got to worry about, I'm not blanket covered on ASCAP and BMI rules and rules for paying a certain blanket amount to so and so forth. So these artists get paid a penny every time I play them. It's like, I wasn't even thinking about that when I started the show. On terrestrial radio was paid for anyway. And then on college radio, we had a deal, and I didn't think about it. I was supposed to play music. It was a college music station, right? The talking was what I shouldn't have been doing, but I did it. And now coming back to it, when, suddenly all these shows that I posted on YouTube years ago, now they're muted, now they're blank on the form because the copyrighted songs are on there. I get it. It sucks, but I get it. I get all that. But now, I get this message from YouTube that they've taken, not last week's show, but the show from the week before, number 835. Or maybe it was 825. I think it's 835. Well, if you go through YouTube and you find one of our recent shows missing, that's the one. Saying that it has to do with vax misinformation and that they're trying to, be on the side of the angels and say that, by posting this, you're, I should have taken their actual message. I don't think I have it. That you may be causing a public health emergency. They didn't put it like that.
Okay.
But how dare they?
I know somebody who works for Meta, which should be Facebook, and they have AI, so they have like artificial, they have algorithms scanning for words, but they also have people. They have maybe 4-prong. I don't know all of them. They have the scanning that's done by Las Máquinas, right? The machines scan for like stuff. Yeah. Then they have individuals who look. They have like physical human beings who do it, and then they have people report and say, what? So those are the 3 we know of. So things are being scanned, and I think, my opinion, it's like trying to get a drop of black ink or red ink or blue ink in a swimming pool. Because as soon as you try to get, okay, this is something that someone said that's based in fact, you've got everywhere. Like, I don't know how you the stuff I read, and these are academics on Twitter. They're okay.
Yeah.
Some things I read,
well, yeah.
I'm like, what now? So I don't know how you. I have no idea.
Well, I think you're absolutely right in terms of bots scanning verbiage, just the way to look for terrorists in chatter.
Well, and they do, because if I write a code and I say look for doot 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 doot, it can do what I can do in a year in like a minute, right? Probably scanning. So we need that, but there's a lot of scanning.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of crazy stuff being propagated everywhere.
And I'll bet it's auto. I'll bet it's even. Oh yeah, I'm going to bet.
Auto,
The computer reports to another computer and said, "We found these words. I support Joe Rogan, whatever it is, or
whatever this stuff is.
Yeah, there is another side to vaccine mandates mandated by the government. It sees that one computer talks to another computer, that computer talks to a vacuum cleaner, which talks to another computer, and
I have talked to a vacuum cleaner. That's true.
have you? My cat's afraid of the vacuum cleaner. The way it goes vroom vroom vroom. Great song if you ever find that one. So and then suddenly, without even a human necessarily involved, it flags it. It says, just to be on the safe side, since we're in a global pandemic, we're going to take your show down. Because
you're... that episode or the whole thing?
No, just that episode.
Oh, okay.
Just that. But, maybe then they'll start scanning all my episodes and they'll find something that, boy, here's one for you. Boy, if I were a lot younger and it was many, many years ago, I would have fucked Anne Frank. I would have just bent that bitch over and fucked her like crazy. Okay, YouTube, take it down. Come at me, right? So,
I don't know how it's done, yeah.
But seriously, it's like, but hey, bot, scan Anne Frank. Maybe I'll throw in the word Holocaust so it finds them together, right? Holocaust, Anne Frank offensive. You're gone. But seriously, well, no, I'm being angry serious. I wrote back to them, not Angry Serious XM, just Angry Serious at YouTube. And I wrote back to them, didn't curse, amazingly enough, but in like capital letters. I mean, maybe if you listened to the show and actually understood the subtlety of arguments and nuance and the fact, and I almost hedged, I always do this, I hedge my bets. I said, by the way, I'm vaxxed, I believe in vaccinated. I shouldn't even have to say that shit. I shouldn't even have to prove that I'm on their side first.
Well,
and like, playing devil's advocate.
It's like everything. There should in every aspect of my life, with every action you have a reaction. So you can say there should be a place like I remember somebody on Facebook got whatever. They said the person was naughty and they got whatever. They got thrown in Facebook jail.
Yeah.
But there's a way you can say, hey, it's not really this case. Like there should be a way that you could respond to it and say, in it like you did, not in it. Just say like I think this has been misread.
Well, yeah.
There needs to be that loop.
Yeah. But I don't know exactly what part of that episode from 2 weeks ago they chose or picked. Obviously, we've been talking about vaccinations and stuff. So I don't know where it was or what it was. They don't tell you this particular thing is offensive. Then it's probably a lot easier when people are flagged for 3 or 5 minute posts. My shows are 3.5 hours, right? But to get that. And to that feeling, and I'm a very defensive person, and I feel like, and as an artist, as a creative person, as a person who's on here trying to be funny and a little bit dark and push some envelopes, that's the blowback. That just it's like it's a smack. You see something like your show has been what the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
But that's just the rage against the machine. We all have that.
Yeah. Well, can you do me one quick favor?
What?
Can you check if I think Google owns YouTube? Are they public or private companies?
Oh, I don't know. Let me see.
Because if they're a private company, still YouTube and keep wanting to say Facebook, and I think Google owns YouTube and so forth. They kind of have it's their lawn. They can say, hey, I don't want. It's private.
It's public. It says
public.
Google is a public listed company in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
On 2004, it became a public company.
YouTube and Google, they are public.
No, I didn't do YouTube.
Oh, see if YouTube. I think Google owns YouTube. I may be wrong about that.
Sorry.
No, please.
I'm doing 27.
Of course, yeah. I'd just be curious. I should have looked this week.
YouTube is not publicly traded. However, it's owned by Alphabet. I don't know when this is.
And Alphabet is...
And Alphabet also owns Google.
Right.
And Google's publicly traded. So YouTube is not publicly traded, but Google is.
Right. So its
And
owner
Alphabet
owns all. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah. This is everybody owns everything, but it's all really owned by one company at the top. So I don't know. Can a public company hold a private company?
I don't know what Alphabet is, but they own both of them.
Right. But I'm saying, well, in other words, if you're public overall, can one of your subsidiaries, can one of the things that you have, stay private? So.
I don't know. I don't know business law. That's like.
So maybe if YouTube really is actually a privately held firm, except no, it's owned by Alphabet, then they're right, perhaps, to say we like this. Certainly, you won't find porn on YouTube. I've looked, but you won't find porn, and they can be allowed to say, and this crosses the line. I want to post this art film. Well, it's got naked people in it. Is it art or pornography? YouTube gets to make the call, and they've got to protect their viewership. I really don't know the algorithms on that and how that all works. Even though for many years I followed the algorithm method of birth control. But seriously, again, if you watch this show, right, and I do have a lot of people who watch every week or sporadically tune into the show. They want to see what I'm up to on Saturday mornings. They like me yapping. They like the trivia quiz. So you know what I talk about. You know where I go and where I don't go, and when I push the envelope, and when I'm joking, and when I'm half joking, and when I'm looking at a couple of different sides, and that I'm not completely left-wing. I'm certainly not far right-wing. I'm generally left of center, occasionally slightly center-right. That's where I am. You know where I am. You know that I have I'm vociferous, I'm vocal, I'm verbal, and that I will sometimes, test the waters, Anne Frank, and see, how far, what can I say? How far can I go? Right? And then pull back and then try and make an overall comment that is overall intelligent and reasonable and rational for normal people. Which, even if I was going a little far afield to see Joe Rogan's side of the vaccine debate, I'm sure I was.
Michael, Sunshine?
Oh, yeah.
Says, hey, Dave.
Hey, Michael. If anybody wants to chime in on this.
Cynthia wrote Alphabet is public.
Alphabet is public.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm doing
Google is public. Yeah, actually, if you can monitor, and folks, if you folks are watching right now, and people are going to be part of our chat with Rabbi Saul in just a little while from the Frigid Festival, if you want to type in your thoughts on not just whether Joe Rogan's right or wrong, but feel free, but about whether I have the right to do this non-pornographic, except for the Anne Frank thing, program on YouTube, to post it on the YouTube channel. I'm also trying to remember if that was the one week where we tried broadcasting live, both on YouTube and on Facebook. We ran feeds simultaneously. What?
Vicki said she knows who turned you in. She said it was Mr. Potato who turned you in. He got grilled, and now he's going to keep his eyes peeled.
Oh, aren't we funny? Oh, late night catechism. Yeah, right. Okay. That Potato usually loves potato puns, but that was. And first of all, Potato, was it you who turned me into the YouTube police? Was it you who got the YouTube Stasi on my case? Their bots listening to my show and saying, this man does not deserve, or this man is saying things that could cause the downfall and destruction of America, and people to die because something Dave said contradicted the contradictory information coming out of the CDC about the pandemic and about vaccines. Potato, did you put me in that position? April Fool! Potato, it's not even April.
Oh,
he can't read calendars. Yeah.
Is it April? He asked me.
He asked you last week whether it was April. I was wondering what that was about. So you're the snitch. You're the fink. The only good part of this is if it wasn't a bot, if this was a real actual YouTube, drone, a hack, a guy or woman. Somebody's sitting there with earphones all day looking, where's inappropriate? Let's monitor. Let's make sure YouTube doesn't cause more COVID deaths. We have to, and then I have another listener. Someone who's listening even more carefully than the people who tune in on Saturdays. They're half asleep. They're smearing butter on a bagel. They say, "Wow, what is this idiot talking about today?" No, here's somebody who's got the headphones on. Here's like dog whistle words: vaccine, Rogan, mandate, Holocaust, and Frank fist fucking. Oh my God! Gotta take this down. Let's send this one up the chain. I don't know who owns Alphabet. Or who owns or runs any of these things. These are 1, 2, 3. But all I can say, and feel free to take this down YouTube because I got my own website, davesgoneby.com, where all my archives are. And by the way, that's non-commercial. It's free. You can surf it anytime. All my interviews on the program, all the guests that we've had, all the comedy that we've done, the music back in the day, it's all there for free. davesgoneby.com. You can either stream or download. So if you don't feel like putting content, pulling from the web onto your machine, I get that. You can just hit click and it'll play and stream without it actually going into your computer. Fine. Either way, all the shows we've done, just about, you can go and listen to the show that got blanked 2 weeks ago from YouTube at davesgoneby.com. You can also listen. We haven't been censored in any way on archive.org because this is a censorship thing. And believe me, the second thing that occurred to me when I got that message from YouTube, after wanting to write back and flame them and say horrible things about their parents and children, was to also, find a lawyer and say, there's people, and this is Dave thinking, there's people who sue over stuff like this, and it goes through the courts and they drag it through, and it's you get liberal left-wing lawyers who will do it for free. You file a $50 claim and then they take it on pro bono.
Go to the ACLU or something.
Or do a class action because it's a meaningful thing. And who knows? I could end up, first of all, I could end up famous even if I don't win. Suddenly, you got that famous Dave's Gone By case where he took it all the way to the Supreme Court, which is 6-3 Republican fuck. But he took it all the way up there. And they struck it down. They said, due to
shut the window, Dave.
Yeah, because
what the frickety frick?
they're doing some construction work next door. This guy, he's got the show. YouTube does have the right to say what is or isn't on its platform. If they want to take something down, even for no good reason, it's their call. He loses, but then I'm in the newspapers. And suddenly I go from having several thousand listeners to tens of thousands of people. What is this guy going to say now? What's he going to go after next?
Oh, you're so crazy.
Oh. And by the way, YouTube, I know I mentioned Anne Frank, the Holocaust wasn't real.
Oh my God.
I hope you realize that. I hope only a couple of Jews died, and they died of COVID. COVID started back in the 1930s. There was no concentration camps. There was CGI. Find that, YouTube. I hope they take this episode down.
Why?
And then I will literally call a lawyer.
David,
and what?
Where are you going to get monies? They're not going to take your case.
Why wouldn't if William Kunstler was still alive?
You can't have a dead lawyer.
Yeah, you can't. Those are the only good lawyers.
I don't know a lot about legal stuff, but I don't think a dead lawyer is.
But I think it's a fair. I really think I have a fair case of saying, I'm allowed to say what I say. I'm not causing a public health nuisance by at least examining the ideas on both sides and weighing them. And especially since I ultimately do come down on everybody should get the vaccine. Everybody! Right?
But if you're going to argue something like that and you want a class action suit, you have to get people who, you're going to have to be in bed with strange bedfellows.
I did that in my 20s. What do you mean?
You're going to have a lot of disparate people who feel marginalized or offended by the policy.
Oh, yeah.
Who may...
Oh, no, I'll be on there with Zenbach. And...
Yes, exactly. Remember the guy who danced in the garbage bag?
Yes, all the public access people, Zabby, will be right in my corner. And God bless her, Zabby should be in my corner, Who else is it? Oh, it'll be
Glendora.
I was looking for that name. Yeah, it's Lefkowitz, Glendora, Zabby versus Alphabet.
I don't think that's their real names.
Really?
Glendora, Zabby, no.
I think Zabby's somewhere in her life, a cribbing of some sort of her last name or something like that. Lefkowitz is my last name. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. I host and produce this program, Dave's Gone By. I was telling you that all our archives are at Dave's. What's the matter?
No, I'm just breathing.
All our archives are at davesgoneby.com and archive.
As far as you know.
No, I monitor that. I'm very freaking careful to make sure all our shows and all our interviews are at davesgoneby.com. We've also been, and I can't believe we didn't do this, but we've been going and doing Rabbi Sol Solomon's rabbinical reflections, his mini sermons, which we never really separated out from the show. And we've been adding those. Oh, please, yeah. And then a hot tea when you get a chance when you're back.
Let me get that going now.
Oh, yeah, por favor. Oh, use the bad one.
No, because you start at 10, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to damage my
coffee maker. Fair enough. Joyce and I have this long-standing thing where she'll only drink Poland Spring, and me, I'll just take a swig out of the toilet.
No, because of my health conditions,
yeah.
I can't have any additives.
Yeah, but I can. So I'm like, we have water that I bought months ago, Nestle.
You cannot use mis máquinas con
su the bad water. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, me, if there's a puddle on the ground, like a bird has just stepped out.
Do you want your tea now, or you want me to wait till you start your show with the
Well, we got the interview in like 10 minutes, so I'll take the tea now. Yeah. So, because already we have two guests who are waiting very patiently to come on at 10 o'clock, and they are from the Frigid, New York Festival. Well, I'll let Rabbi Sol, he's going to come on in a little bit. He'll tell you about that. But what else do I want to mention? You can find our programs also uncensored, but audio only at castbox.fm.
Castbot?
That's a Castbot. If you have any play, no, it's Castbox.
And it's funny, as you said that in Twitter, Academic Bot forwarded my...
Really?
My writing group request. Yeah, I was like, whoa, so I got botted by an academic.
She got, well, you got botted last night too, but we won't talk about that. Castbox.fm is for podcasts only. So if you only care about the audio, and you don't want to look at this face for 3 hours, and I don't blame you. No, and look, my eyebrow is sheer again.
But if you're in a car, you can't do it. It's impossible to...
Well, no, if you put your phone into the car, and you
no,
go...
no, but you can't watch it.
No, I'm sorry,
yes.
You
can, you can...
you're in a car.
You can Bluetooth the audio, but...
Maybe you're on a treadmill somewhere, you don't want to have the visual thing, you can just go to CastBox, download our audio, and listen to it as a podcast, every show we've ever done. Castbox.fm. Plus, what else? I was going to say, as I usually do, and we have a YouTube channel, Dave's Gone By, but as you can see, I'm not really into promoting that aspect this week.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
You know me, I hate the player and the game. I hate the player, I hate the game, I hate the box, I hate the wrapping paper, I hate the store, I hate the street the store is on, I hate all the people living on the street that the store is on.
You hate the city, the country, the
Right.
globe.
I hate the God that made the people that made the
You taught me to hate, that was your hint.
When I met my wife Joyce, she was a very sweet person. She liked people, she was very social, she saw the good in everybody.
I still lead from an empathetic heart.
She's empathetic, but now she understands hate.
You taught
As a
me.
Jew, a proud Jew, I taught her hatred. Now, she's more vicious about things than I am. She's like, and she has, for health reasons, has absented herself from society in a way for like the past 2 years.
I want to live.
Whereas I'm out there, I'm dealing with people and she's not.
Yeah.
And I have to deal with all these people I hate. People online in the supermarket. Oh God, why gotta let him get in front of me? He's got more packages. God damn it.
He's got more packages. He's going to the post office.
Well, you have that moment in the supermarket where you're both getting there at almost the same time. And if you're a decent person, you slow down, you let the other person go first. But it's like, it's in the morning, I'm already running late for work, and it's, son of a bitch. And then now he's going to box up all his stuff.
That's life, honey.
Would have been on time, except for him.
That's life in a big city, baby.
It is. One thing I want to tell you about the fella that we've got coming in in just 5 minutes, Rabbi Sol Solomon will be talking to all the Frigid Festival people. And speaking of theater, I want to let you know that this coming Monday, Valentine's Day, right, Rabbi Sol will be busy in the evening from 6 p.m. until, oh, thank you ever so much. Yeah, just jump it on there. Thank you.
It's very hot. Do you want
Oh,
something?
you're very hot. Look at you.
No, do you want something to, I don't know.
No, I like it. It's going to coat my, actually, that's for the rabbi, really. It's not for me. I'll have a tea for myself. What?
Michael said despite all his efforts, he got COVID in the supermarket.
There you go. There you go. That happens. See? He got COVID in the supermarket. I don't know how close we're getting to the fellow shoppers there. You know, everybody's reaching for the tomatoes
no,
on the
David,
sale.
and that was Instacart.
That's
on
right.
Instacart. I was doing Instacart. Okay.
Yeah, I got my COVID fresh and direct. You know, so.
That's right from the Instacart shopper.
But literally, before we bring Rabbi Sol in to interview these folks from the Frigid New York Festival that is going to be happening from, thank you, dear, February 16th to March 6th. She found that out. You can see Rabbi Sol taking part, this is exciting, live in an open mic, what?
Where's Rabbi Sol's stuff?
Could you open it up there? It's over on the floor.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
This Valentine's Day, this Monday night, I believe it's from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Live for free.
Are they? They're streaming too.
Streaming free. It'll be on Facebook, on the Facebook of Gingold Theatrical Group. Gingold, I think that theater company was started by like the son or grandson of Hermione Gingold, or someone who just loved Hermione. Something about Gingold. Anyway, they have, or they're doing, an open mic night about love and Valentine's Day things. And you're invited to do a song or a poem or a snatch of a monologue or a monologue about a snatch. Listen to that, YouTube. So whatever you want to do. And they're going to have some famous people doing it there. You know, they're taking like up to 3 minutes. Well, Rabbi Sol saw an opportunity, and as he tends to, he stepped in it. So, Sol...
He's a man who knows he has no boundaries and no filter.
Zero boundaries, zero filter. So Rabbi Sol's going to take a couple of minutes.
I think he has some frontal lobe damage.
Some?
Because he doesn't filter.
He doesn't have a frontal lobe anymore. And besides, it's Valentine's Day. It's all about sex and lobe. That's terrible. But Rabbi Sol's going to share some classic Jewish love poems. Yeah. On the Gingold Theatrical Group. Valentine's Smash, or Bash, I think they're calling it, is an open mic thing. I think they still may be even taking volunteers who want to take part. You get 3 minutes. It's live. It'll be through Zoom, but broadcast live on Facebook, just like this show is. Monday night, 6 to 7:30, Gingold Theatrical Group with Rabbi Sol. You just sign up. You're going to know it's free. Going to watch it. And Rabbi Sol doing classic Jewish love poems. Yeah, you do not want to miss it. Now, we don't want to miss Rabbi Sol, who's here right now. I'm going to share my screen so that I can, I'll just do the desktop thing here. We'll share that. Because while I bring Rabbi Sol in, let's see a little bit about one of, that's me talking. Let me lower that. Let me take my mail down. Let me take my Zoom thing down. Let me take this is the die that I'll be rolling later. That's kind of fun.
There's your email, I see that, yeah.
But let's do, how about this? Here's Keith Alessi, who's going to be joining us momentarily in the Daverhood. Come on. Can we open that up? This is a promo for the show that he is doing at the Frigid Festival this week into March 6th. It's called Tomatoes Tried to Kill Me, but Banjos Saved My Life.
Hi. I'm Keith, and I'm a recovering executive. There's just something about the banjo. I wanted to learn how to play that three-finger style that Earl Scruggs played, and I ran out. I get my first inexpensive banjo. The banjo player will play for $1. Will stop for $5. Monday morning, I walked into my office in Edmonton, and I quit that CEO job to go all in on my banjo dreams. 13 days later, I was told I had a 50% chance of living a year. If I can just get through what's right there in my windshield, I can get through this situation eventually. This is my story about my journey down the road, every word of it true, and how the pursuit of a passion took me to a place I could have never imagined. Some of it you learn the hard way. Some of it you read on a page. Some of it you learn from heartbreak. Most of it you learn with age.
Oh, shalom, my friends, shalom, my enemies. That was one of the very talented artists who will be performing and creating work in the 2022 Frigid Festival that is happening off Broadway at the Crane Theater in New York. It's not Crane like the buried, it's Krane, all the way over on East 4th Street. It's near the New York Theater Workshop. It's near a lot of drug addicts. It's a great town. We have with us several of the people who are taking part in this Frigid Festival, including the man we just saw, Keith Alessi, whose show is called Tomatoes Tried to Kill Me, but Banjo Saved My Life. We also have, I don't know the configuration. He's on my upper left. I have no idea how they're configured on your screen, but I'll just kind of do a clockwise thing. We have the lady there. The lady is Julia VanderVeen. Hello, waving. Yes, she's the only one. I was going to say the only, no, there's two without facial hair, one with, live Italians. Oh, and by the way, everybody, I'm going to need you to unmute your computers because you're all automatically muted. But Julia VanderVeen is in a show called My Grandmother's Eye Patch. She's going to tell us about that. We also have, let's see, there's Grant Bowen with a public-private prayer. Is that public or private? No, it's public-private prayer. We're going to talk about that as well. We also have a writer, Mike Lemme, who created Bathroom of a Bar on Bleecker. Wave, Mike. There you go. Thank you. He's not in it, but he wrote it. And then finally we have, and last certainly but not least, Brian Schiller, who has a solo show called...
No, it's least. It's least.
I'm sorry, what was that?
No, it's least. It's least.
We don't know that yet.
Yeah. Well, you must be Jewish then. But it's Mike Lemme and Brian Schiller, 3 funerals and a chimp. Dave's the producer of the show. His wife has asked, you have to have a beard to be in the group. Eventually, like soon, Julia and Brian will have beards by the end of the Frigid Festival. That's what it does to you. So shalom to all of you. Welcome to the Daverhood. Thank you for joining us. So, are you we'll ask some questions directly and some randomly, but how are you feeling? How do you all feel ready and pumped to start doing theater again, doing theater live in New York this week? Just go, anybody.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've been waiting for this moment for the past 2 years now because I mean I've done my fair share of shows on Zoom and everything, and no disrespect to anyone I worked with on those shows, but there's nothing like actually being in the space with an audience again and being able to feel, share that energy in real time and everything. No, I'm very much looking forward to this.
Now, your play, and I'm so glad you chimed in first, because as a Presbyterian person like you, no, but your show has to do with religion and things and talking to Hashem, talking to God. So here's the deal. It's called Public-Private Prayer. Please tell us quickly what is the show is about.
Okay, so a public-private prayer, it's the premise is that I show up and I start having this kind of one. Yeah, I'm here. It's one where I'm present, and I start having a one-sided conversation with God, where I admit that I don't know if I really believe in God anymore, and that leads me into sharing a lot of my personal stories from my childhood. I'm from Alabama. I was raised in a large church, about how I was raised within that faith, and I had all of these moments of doubt going into my adulthood. And then ultimately, what you find out is that, sure, it's about religion, but it's not really about religion. It's about family. It's about mental health. It's about figuring out who you are. It's trying to talk about a lot.
So what did you figure out about yourself? Who are you, Grant Bowen? What did you actually find out talking to God or him maybe? Did he talk back to you? Because he yells at me a lot.
He leaves me on red a lot, but what happens is that you ultimately, I find that the things I used to think my self-worth was based on were not what they were.
Ooh. So what were they and what are they now?
It's a lot of my youth was spent, and Mom, Dad, if you're watching, it's like, I felt like I had to really kind of fit in with my environment. I had to take a lot of things very seriously. But as I got older, I realized that, some things are like, a square peg in a round hole. And, it's really, it's about, you find out there's more to you than you think there is.
I'm not sure. I'm still undecided. Both about you and me. I really. Laughing also with us is Mike Lemme. By the way, am I pronouncing that right? Is it?
Yes, Rabbi, you are. Yes, 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 yes.
Shalom, Mike Lemme.
Shalom.
Of Bathroom of a Bar on Bleecker, which you are a performer. You did not choose to perform in this. Was there a particular reason aside from Emil Ferzola probably being a really good actor?
But that is 100% the reason. I am not a good actor, so I need a good actor for this show, and I also need to sell some tickets. So let's make that happen, Rabbi. Can we do that?
What do you think I'm here? Well, actually, I'm
here. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
But I love the premise of this. This has to do with like a podcast that has gotten really, really popular, and now they're going to end it. Why and what is the story of the show?
The story of the show is the last episode of America's #1 comedy podcast that records in the bathroom of a bar on Bleecker Street. And you got to come to see the show to find out why the show has to end. It is very topical. It is, if you like podcasts, you're going to like the show. If you hate podcasts, you're going to like the show. And Emil is an incredible actor. I originally wanted Denzel Washington to be in the show, but Emil got the role anyway. So
I wanted Denzel Washington to do this right now, but
yeah, but sometimes
my calls is a stalker sort of issue thing. But let me ask you, I've got to stay with you, Mike Lemme, because I'm a little. You say you're not a good actor, but you are a comedian. You've done comedy, stand up, and stuff, and you were an intern. I find this amazing for both Conan O'Brien and Jimmy Fallon for their shows.
Yes.
Did that give you a leg up? Did you think, oh, I'm walking through the halls of NBC or whatever. At some point, they're going to notice me. They're going to give me my late night show. What really happened? What is it really like?
It was a great experience. I made some of the best friends of my life during those internships, but they didn't lead to like a lot of career opportunities, but it did give me a lot of, when I interned for Jimmy Fallon, it was my first time in New York City, and I realized that, people can live in New York, you can do things in New York City, you can have a career. Like, I grew up in a small town in Massachusetts where like I didn't know you could like leave that town until I interned for Fallon and then Conan in LA. So it's just like those internships made me realize there's a world outside of like my hometown where I could actually achieve or chase the dreams that I have.
Well, tell us an amusing or a disgusting story about either Conan O'Brien or Jimmy Fallon. Any stories, any traits, issues, secrets?
They're both very cool. Surprisingly, they're both very cool and nice people. Like I was afraid to talk to them. Anytime I would say hi to Conan, it was like the best day of my life. I would just say, "Hey, how's it going?" He'd say, "Good." I'm like, "This is amazing. This is the coolest thing of all time."
Letterman, you kind of like, Letterman,
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I was so like, they're like the funniest people.
There, I'm not sure who, but somebody is like feedbacking on their audio thing. I'm not sure if it's you or Mike. Say something.
Hey, hello. Hey, buy tickets to my show.
That much better. All right. Well, thank you for whoever turned down the thing. But I'm sorry. What were you saying? I didn't mean to. But it was just getting annoying with the back and forth.
Yeah,
like,
it was just
essentially. Yeah.
It was just an incredible experience, just being able to walk in the same hallway as them and like just be around all the writers and producers and seeing a show like that happen. Getting to see the Roots perform live every day was amazing. Like it was just such an incredible experience.
Well, Mike Lemme, you are joining us, as is Grant Bowen. We've talked to the both of you. Let's talk to more people, and let's talk about something fun like death. Let's talk about death, because we have a person who is really the show, in a comical way, I hope, is rather death obsessed. One of the great titles of all time: 3 Funerals and a Chimp, which is by Brian Schiller. Brian is with us. Brian, shalom to you, and so tell us about, literally in your life,
Shalom to you, Rabbi.
succession. Yeah, 3 funerals. Tell us.
Thank you for being here this morning, and I think missing temple for this. Aren't you supposed to be in temple this morning?
Yes, I did it earlier in the morning. I like to do my sermons when nobody's there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But tell us about 3 funerals and a chimp, please.
It's a true. It's based on a true story. After my mother and brother died 3 months apart, I moved down to southern Florida to become a live-in caregiver for my dad for 4 years before he passed away. And it's stand-up comedy, which is, that's my voice.
Hilarious.
Like Mike.
Can you do one of the death raggles?
And
hilarious, or what's funny? Where did you find the funny in any of this?
Well, I mean, as someone who's involved in theater and comedy, you know how closely connected the tragedy and the humor is. So, I mean, it was actually quite easy. I think that people who watch it will come away with it resonating with them. I think that there's a lot in there that people will recognize from in their own lives.
Let me ask you a question.
And
when you were writing,
it's actually a very life-affirming story, and and it's about really the importance of caregiving. And I was not really I didn't think that I had that sort of thing in me, but and I came away from that experience thinking that I had really done something worthwhile, and really helped my father.
Can you hear me? Hello. I want to ask you the
question.
Yeah,
sure.
When you were writing the show, and when you finished writing the show,
yes.
And I asked this of a lot of artists.
Yes.
Was it cathartic? I mean, did you get through it because it was a personal story? It's about your passing of these relatives of yours. Was it, or and we like to think, oh, we got it out of my system. I wrote the jokes. I wrote the show. Oh, I feel better about things. Or was it just like writing another play?
No, yeah. I mean, there definitely was an element of catharsis in it, I think the real catharsis came for me after I went into therapy, following the grief therapy, following the deaths of my father, or the death of my father, because I had put that off until he had died. So like I didn't do anything to after my mother and brother had passed away. So like just all of this grief came pouring out, but I found therapy to be very soothing, but the writing process was also very soothing, and I knew instantly that it was going to be a winner if I just wrote it well, and because it is a unique story for stand-up, and it's a really worthwhile message.
Well, people die. That would be that. That's a good. We have to remember.
Well, you haven't. You're not listening. You haven't been listening to anything I said. The message is really about becoming a caregiver. Spending that time with whoever it is in your life, and doing that for them. I found in my case, not only did my dad need it, but I also needed it as well. Someone to love and care for and be with. And I was very fortunate in some respects because I was able to do it. Not everyone is at a point in their life where they could do it. I was not working at the time, and
you're an actor. You don't even have to say that. Of course, you weren't working. You're an actor, but. But I want to also move on because we have other people who have
Sure.
involved in the Frigid New York City 2022 festival, including the lovely and the talented Julia VanderVeen, who is talking about not just her grandmother, but her grandmother's eye patch, but in a kind of a zany, almost glimpses, not narrative form. Is it sort of? Tell us about your show. It's called My Grandmother's Eye Patch.
Yeah, actually, when you introduced Brian's show, I wasn't sure if you were talking about mine because mine is a memorial service to my grandmother.
Hilarious, yes.
In which I play different characters and also, this is a little bit of a, I hope this doesn't ruin the play for you. I know you're all going to come, but she actually comes back from the dead in the show. So that's just a little teaser just to get you excited. It is a physical comedy show, meaning that for me, what that means is I do play in my body a lot. So I do make some jokes, but it's very physical. And there's no fourth wall. So I'm doing a lot of playing with the audience, interacting with the audience, which I did my tech on Thursday. And just to be in the space, I mean, I'm so excited just to be in the space. And then I've been rehearsing with my director on Zoom. So we went back to Zoom yesterday and it was like, oh man, I mean, it's just kind of a bummer after like actually being in a live theater. So yeah, I mean, if it weren't COVID times, I would definitely have someone at a certain time up on stage with me, which is not possible, but we're still definitely going to have the live theater experience that it will be unique, whichever show you come to based on who's there.
Interesting. So, but let me also, your company, since you talk about physical theater and comedy and even dance a little bit,
Yeah.
You have a company called Clowns Can Dance, but should they? I don't know. I find that rather bothersome.
I don't have a company called Clowns Can Dance. Is that?
Oh, there must be another Julia VanderVeen. Or I guess they can't. No.
I don't know. I mean, I'm for clowns dancing. I'm for clowns. I'm for dance.
Right, yes.
If she has my name, then like maybe we should team up. I'm not sure, but like I'm for it. I'm for all of it. So it's all good. Yeah.
Let's not get too controversial on the clown issues here.
Oh, certainly. But should clowns be vaccinated?
What I didn't, that's why I chose to say it's a physical comedy show instead of a clown show, because to me, those are the same thing, but I'm not going to be wearing clown makeup and stuff like that.
I hope the hell not. No.
Don't be scared, Grant. Come on in.
You got to earn my trust. I don't know about that.
It's all on the table. Ask me anything. Not afraid.
Well, we have more questions to ask Julia and Grant and Mike and also Brian, but let us also talk, of course, to the man whose show is called Tomatoes Tried to Kill Me, but Banjo saved my... Oh, one sec, yes. Yeah. By the way, we have on our Facebook feed, we're also sending links to all your different shows so people can buy tickets to see these productions at the Frigid NYC Festival at the... Are you all at the Crane or one of you two at a different... You're all...
I'm at the Crane.
Okay.
I'm at the Under St. Mark.
Under St. Mark's as well.
Okay, that's the other one. So you have to check which theater you're at. They're very close to each other, but still, you want to be in the right theater, obviously. And if you will be in the right theater if you go to see Tomatoes Tried to Kill Me, but Banjo Saved My Life with Keith Alessi. Shalom to you, Keith. Tell us about tomatoes and banjos and cancer and everything else.
Yeah, shalom. Greetings from Southwest Virginia. I come to the stage from a very different place than these young, talented folks that we've been talking to. I was a public company CEO, and I had spent my life building a world-class banjo collection that I couldn't play. And the plan was I was going to get to them at some point, but life always got in the way. About 6 years ago, I woke up one morning and was told I had a year to live. So it was a cancer diagnosis. And while I was going through my treatments and recovery, I said, I'm going to learn how to play these banjos. And I threw myself into the banjos. They represented hope and life and a future. And so they're metaphorical as well as physical. And what ended up happening is I said, I'm going to do a show simply because I need the accountability of getting in front of other people. I'd tried to learn how to play by taking lessons and whatnot. It never stuck. So I said, well, I need an audience. And I applied to a Fringe festival and I got in. So I had to write this show. It was supposed to be a one and done. And all of a sudden, and it was actually at the Fringe in 2019, this thing became something I had never imagined. And now I've performed it 150 times. I was actually able in 2021 to perform, did a run in Saskatoon and another run in Rosebud, Alberta. But I'm really looking forward to coming back to New York because New York's really what gave me my launch.
Now, let me ask you, though, you mentioned you were getting a world-class collection of banjos, which sounds almost like an oxymoron there. But what is like the classiest, what is the best banjo? The one that's, is it like the one Pete Seeger when he was 2 years old with ding, bling, bling?
No, I have kind of the Stradivarius of bluegrass banjos are pre-war Gibson master tones. They had a unique metallurgy involved in them, and they're really what all the big names go after. I couldn't play it well, but I have a pre-war master tone. And my favorite old-time banjo, I have a Jason Romero banjo that I actually play in the show. His stuff's in such high demand, you got to get on a 5-year wait list in order for him to build you one. So I'm thrilled to have that one in the collection.
Because I'm a little, normally I don't master tone in public. It's not a pleasant thing. But do you own any that are signed or like by famous bluegrass or banjo players? Do you have that kind of part of a collection, or are they just really well made, beautiful?
Yeah, I have master. I had a Ricky Skaggs signed banjo, and I've got a Steve Martin signed banjo. You know, he's quite there, and yeah, I've got a few of those in the collection.
Wait, so and I'm curious, where do you keep? I mean, are they open to the public, or you just have them in your basement and you're cared for in climate controlled conditions, or what?
They're literally in my closet, and that's the opening line to my show. You can tell who a person really is by looking in their closet. I had 52 banjos in mine.
Well, I guess that means you're highly strung. I'm sorry. My apologies. We're talking to people. You know, Julia's shaking her head. I see that every time I make a nice. Thank you, Julia. Thank you. These are the people who are taking part, among many, many others, in the New York City Frigid Festival. It's happening at Under St. Mark's and the Crane Theater, and it's happening from February 16th this week through March 6th. For more information, for tickets, go to frigid.nyc. Frigid.nyc. And also, if you look on the bottom of the Facebook that we're talking now, we've got links to all your different shows.
Ask them who's streaming and who's just doing live.
Is anybody streaming the show? Are you all, quote unquote, only live? Is anybody also streaming? Oh,
yeah, I am.
We're also streaming.
So one of the streaming people, what is the deal with that? You have to still pay for tickets, but you can watch from, is it live or is it pre-recorded? How's the streaming?
It's live, and you also, it's a sliding scale. So people, just like the live in-person tickets, people can pay whatever they'd like.
You can totally Jeffrey Tube in it. If you want for my show, it's, you know, that's up to you. But yeah, no, my show is being streamed. I guess in more ways than one. No, sorry.
I don't even know what the hell that means, but it's still funny.
Dave,
okay.
Dave, I'm so sorry.
Not myself, yes. But let me ask you: is anybody not streaming? And then is there a reason why? Or you're all making plans to both stream and be physically in person, right? All of you have that option. Am I correct?
Yeah. You can either come to the show in person, or each show will be live streamed to Vimeo, I found out. And if my understanding is right, I believe you'll have like a 24-hour window within the performance to watch the video that you've streamed. So even if you can't watch it as it's happening, you'll have 24 hours afterward to access it.
Well, that's great. You can see all 5 shows on one night. You can just hang out, like, I think that'd be wonderful, actually. When you guys were signing up, because you have to do months in advance to pay the fee, to do this, to get the theater, to be in the festival. Were you all on tenterhooks when Omicron was happening? Did you all think, oh, the hell, this is not going to happen? Anybody chime in?
My fiance just got over having COVID a second time. And knock on wood, I somehow avoided it, but it is still that like, I got a lot going on here. Can we see if we can make it through this and everything? It's just crazy that all of this is still going on.
I want to ask you, first of all, how bad was her first round? How good or bad was her second?
We both had it when she had it the first time.
Right.
And this was before we were vaccinated. Not fun. 1 star, would not recommend. And what's crazy is she, not to share too much, she is immunocompromised. So when she got it the second time, even though she was vaccinated, even though she was boosted, it hit her almost just as hard. So it's something, it's kind of the proof that it's like, you still have to take this seriously. You still have to be careful. And with the safety protocols that I've been working with Frigid, I co-produce a monthly storytelling show there. And they have been taking this seriously. They're taking measures within the theater to make sure it's a safe experience as possible for everyone who's coming.
Everybody has to wear a condom. This is very important.
Yes,
even the women.
Over your face. Condoms over the face. Gloves, everyone. No, it's everyone will be masked. Yeah. Everyone, like, you're required to show proof of vaccination. They have a new air conditioning system that filters out the air in the room every 10 minutes.
And it'll be 20 degrees outside, so that's going to feel so good with the air conditioning blasting on you. That'll be fun.
Rabbi,
it is the Frigid festival, so.
Rabbi, you really needed to go to the Saskatoon Fringe, because part of the artist pack, they literally do give you condoms.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know what to make of that, but, especially in the middle of COVID, I thought, yeah, casual hookups during COVID makes sense, right?
Brilliant. By the way, I want to talk since we're talking about applying to festivals and being and doing these shows, it's not as if you guys are all backed by Livent or something like that. I mean, you're on your own steam in some ways, going to these festivals. Mike Lemme, you in particular have experience producing and taking a show. I've written this show. I want to do this show. Now I want to bring it somewhere. I'm not going to wait for a producer. I'm not going to wait for Ken, Davenport to pick me out of 4 million people. I mean, it's fucking.
But if he wants to, hey Ken, if you're watching, I need some help, man. I love you, Ken Davenport. That was the rabbi, not me. Ken Davenport, if you're watching this, hey, I am available to meet whenever you're available.
Yeah, I get the emails 5 times a week from Ken Davenport. Like, do you want your show on Broadway? Yes. Are you going to do it for me, Ken Davenport? No. Go fuck yourself.
You know what? Ken Davenport sent out a tweet about, like, hey, is anyone interested in being producers for Broadway or off-Broadway shows? And I looked at who replied, and I made a list of the people that replied, and I'm going to reach out to them.
Very nice.
But that's the producing thing. Like, I have a long history with Under St. Mark's. I did the Frigid Festival in 2015 and in 2018, and I also rented out Under St. Mark's for 15 nights. I did a self-funded residency there in 2016.
All right, stop right there. Stop right there. So was it GoFundMe? Was it Kickstarter?
Credit card debt, baby. Credit card debt, Rabbi. I'm still paying off. I'm still paying off the credit card bills for that. But it was totally worth it.
Joking, or is that real? You really?
Oh, that's real. Yeah, that's real. Yeah.
Why did you? I mean, what did you think you would?
Because I wanted it.
It's like a college loan. It'll never be worth what you're paying for.
It's totally worth it, man, because it's the mindset. It made me realize that these things are possible, that you can do anything if you have money or credit cards, pretty much. Anything's possible. And doing that 15-night residency under St. Mark's showed me how to do an hour of stand-up and storytelling every single night. I turned it into a special. I released it online. I sold it for like $5. I had it on Amazon Prime for a little while, and that kind of motivated me to do more of these Fringe festivals. I went to Edinburgh a couple years ago with 2 other comedians. I'm bringing Bathroom of a Bar and Bleecker back to Edinburgh in August, this coming August. And I'm also bringing another show called Healing Plus to Edinburgh in August. And it's all because of that 15-night rental, just kind of doing my own thing and trying to like, instead of trying to get in at these comedy clubs in New York City, I'm trying to like build an audience, build my own shows instead of depending on all these gatekeepers.
Has anybody else done Edinburgh?
Hear what you're saying, Mike.
No.
Thank you.
Oh, Alessi,
Yeah.
what was your Edinburgh? Was it worth? Because the thing you hear about Edinburgh is there's 8 million shows, and if you don't stand out there flyering and tugging on people and say, come to my show. There's naked women, please come. And then you give them their money back if they really complain. But what was your experience, Keith?
Well, I'm going in August. I was supposed to have gone in 20. Ended up doing it online there, which actually worked out pretty well because the real problem in Edinburgh is getting reviewed. And because we were online, we actually got 2 really good local reviews, which I hope will help us when I get there. And we got nominated for an Oncom award, which is off West End theater platform in London. We'll know, actually, I'm performing on the 20th there at the Frigid when the award ceremony takes place. But picking up credentials is important. I did primarily the Canadian Fringe circuit. I'm a dual citizen. And the Fringe in Canada is much more vigorous than it is here in the States. And you talked about how people finance these things. Obviously, I came from a different place because I had a career, but...
Could you write me a check?
Fringe...
Sell one fucking banjo. You can put me in under St. Mark's for a month.
Well, I donate 100% of my gate to Fringe and to cancer charities. We just hit 500,000 Canadian with the last run we did. But there's a thing called fringe debt in Canada. They're mostly young artists, and people are carrying 5 and even 6 figures of credit card debt to feed their fringe habit.
Mike,
looking to build their.
Hey, I have a problem.
You just need to be Canadian and be fine.
Well, yeah, but that's only 80 cents on the dollar.
Are they expected to pay that back at some point, or is there a forgiveness program? I mean,
no, it's on their personal. It's their personal debt. It's not Fringe. Fringe doesn't finance them.
No, wow.
I'm about to get married. She's not going to let me get away with that.
But Mike,
if Ken Davenport's watching, though, Ken Davenport can help us all out, though. Ken Davenport, this is to you, man.
Couple of bucks, but Mike, I'm not going to ask the actual figure. I'm assuming it's 4-digit or maybe 5-digit.
For the 15 shows alone, it was like $9,000 to $10,000 because I hired I had different musicians play every night. I hired like a publicist to help me out. And the ticket sales I didn't sell enough tickets to break even, but like it was the experience alone was like that. Interning for Conan and interning for Jimmy Fallon were fantastic, but that 15-night residency I did under St. Mark's completely changed my whole perspective on my career. So I would definitely do it again, but this time I would have Ken Davenport produce it.
Yes. Or who's Stuart Lane? And then
anyone, I don't care. Keith, come on.
Online, it's fine. On Broadway.
I've been known to be a benefactor to other people at festival. There.
Absolutely, man.
I would say, Keith, can I send you my Indiegogo link?
Yeah, just come pitch me,
Sure.
Julia, I have a question for you. Because your show is a little different, it seems, from a lot of the plays, quote unquote, or stand-up things. So when you were piecing together My Grandmother's Eye Patch, and I guess it was tough to piece together because it got hard at this point.
Right.
How do you know until you get it in front of humans? Like, if I write a sermon or a rabbinical reflection, or Dave writes a play, he can kind of tell. The story's happening, the arc is happening, this is funny, this will get a laugh, this won't. But your work is so physical and performative. How do you even know when you've written something, when you've created something, this is going to work, this is the show I want to bring to people?
It's a great question. And it's one reason I'm really excited about how my performances land, because I have one on the 19th and then the next 2 are a week later. So I'm really treating it like a living, breathing thing. I did a version of this show in 2019, but I worked on it a fair amount over the pandemic. It's pretty different. So there are a few things in the show where I'm like, okay, that really did work back when I did it. I did it at the Tank, and I also did it at the Hartford Fringe in Connecticut. But there are a lot of new things in the show. But that's where my work lies, is really in the vulnerability of, is this going to work or is this not going to work? And also what's nice about it, because it is a conversation with the audience, if it doesn't work, for me to have the sensitivity to the audience to be like, okay, maybe that wasn't your favorite thing. Let's try this, you know, that so that I'm acknowledging them, they feel a part of it. And audiences love that. If you can show your intelligence as a performer and to be like, okay, not your favorite thing, let's try this other thing. They do. Well, it makes everyone breathe, you know?
When I was doing my show off Broadway, Shalom Dammit, An Evening with Me, you know, half of the show is, don't leave. Please don't leave. Please come back. Come back. I would give you money if I had money. I don't have. Ask Ken Davenport. He'll give you money. I'll give you no money. I don't know why we're bashing Ken Davenport. We're talking, by the way, with Frigid NYC participants and denizens. I have a question here for a landsman. By the way, how many of you? I think only Brian is a Jew here. Do we have any other Jews in the room? Oh, this is sad. But Brian,
got a Presbyterian.
Not only are you a Yidel, but you make that part of your persona as doing stand-up. And so
I suppose so.
Yeah, well, you brand yourself in some ways as a Jewish comedian. What does that even mean? I know what it means, obviously, but what do you mean?
Well, I mean, I think it's a part of my persona, just in general. Actually, I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm. I don't market myself as a Jewish comedian.
Yeah.
I only brought up the, you know, because I only brought it up because you know, you're Rabbi Saul.
It's also on your website. One of the things on your website has to do with like something Jewish comedian that you're listing as that, or they mention.
I have a joke. I have a joke where I say, you know, growing up Jewish, you know, it's very. People don't understand because there's a lot of pressure on you to be successful. Of course, I'm proud of myself for not succumbing to that pressure.
So you're a failure like me. So I'm
exactly.
I should be proud.
But I did want to say though that I am a stand-up first and foremost, and I've been a stand-up for many years. But over the past 8 years, I have been involved with Fringe festivals. You know, I have performed. I did Kansas City. I did one in Canada. The Halifax, I think. Am I saying that right?
Do they still make Halifax machines? I don't know. In this I'm very sorry about that. Yes.
Which one? Other ones have I done? I've done like a whole bunch. I did mini Minnesota for my first show, which was called Tell All Your Friends, and that was also a very successful show for me. I performed it about 130 times across the U.S. and Canada, and the types of shows that I'm doing now are these, you know, stand-up narratives, or, you know, like stand-up one-man shows where it's, you know, kind of it's stand-up, but there's this storytelling element which makes it, you know, technically theater. And, you know, there are a few people that are doing them, like, you know, Mike Birbiglia and, you know, Christopher Titus and Rob Becker.
Half the people in this room are doing it. Keith is doing it. He's doing it in a way.
Right.
But let me ask you, you have a story, you have a thing that I want to hear that I think you told someone, or again, it's on the site, about how two Orthodox Hasidic Jewish men kind of turned your head around as a performer, as an artist. Tell that story.
Thank you. So you were the person who read that blog post. Okay. So, yeah. I like to street perform, and I like to do it in Washington Square Park. And I had was street performing one day. You know, it's a way for me to, you know, get stage time and, you know, figure out material and
score some drugs. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, incense and whatnot. Play some chess. And so I was performing one day, and yeah, these two Hasidic guys came along and they tried to get me to rap some tefillin. For those of you that don't know, tefillin is like these leather straps that that Orthodox Jews like to wrap around their arms and also like on their head, because it makes them feel holier, and it's actually like a very good deed. It's a mitzvah, and it means that you're a good person. And so they try to, as they are wont to do, this is like their thing, get other Jews like myself, who are sort of, wayward, and, they go around asking, like, are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? And so.
And they're actually, if you're not, they will circumcise you on the spot. So if you express a willingness.
Yes.
But you made them a deal. I'm going to make you a deal. What was the deal?
I said, yeah, you guys can wrap tefillin if you let me perform my show for you. And they thought about it, and they was like, okay, sure. And I did my whole hour, and then they wrapped. they actually sat on benches. They didn't laugh at any of the sex stuff. They actually turned their head, like, when I said that. But I mean, they were very amused by the entire show. I mean, they listened for the entire thing, which really blew me away. And then I sat there, and we completed the trade. They wrapped some tefillin on my arm, and I said a prayer for them. So.
Just so you know, this is what we're talking about. If you've ever seen this on Jewish people, it's the box on the head and little strappies that go around the arm. So you can either pregagog or do heroin. They're both really they're useful for both items. So I mean, it's good that you all kind of reach or try to reach people in a different way, even if it means making deals like that. Now, Keith, your situation is that you are, with all due respect, you're a lot closer to my age than some of the other people here. The Fringe Festival tends to be geared towards both performers and audiences that are half our age. How do you, does that even matter to you? Do you even think about it? Do you sort of feel like when you all gather for cocktails, or who can afford a cocktail? When you gather for juice before, or the closing parties, do you feel a little bit like, well, I'm sort of out of this, or do you feel included?
Oh, I'm 68, and the average Fringe performer is probably 30-something. But I found the Fringe audiences tend to be closer to my age, at least in Canada, where most of the big festivals. I think the most interesting thing about my journey has been, as you can imagine, my politics tend to lean a little more to the right than your average Fringe performer. And I was really shunned when I first got onto the festival. No, I wasn't there on January 6th. That wasn't.
I swing more to the right.
You were there in
that's
spirit.
something else.
In fact, this is the first time on a podcast since that Joe Rogan thing went horribly wrong for me. But what I found is, because of my background, people just automatically were quick to stereotype me in a way that isn't who I was. I was the first CEO they'd ever met. So they would make comments to me, but I have a philosophy. It's hard to dislike people you know. So, I mean, if you don't know gay people, it's really easy to dislike them. But if you know a gay person, then all of a sudden you don't dislike gay people. Well, all of a sudden I became this ambassador for old white executives on the Fringe circuit. I ended up, I didn't try to convert anybody, but what ended up happening, interestingly, is I started getting calls from people, or, instant messages and stuff, and say, hey, how would you look at this topic? And I thought, this is pretty cool. We're communicating, because I was so unlike the people that they hung with. And there's a tendency to think the whole world thinks like you. But especially here in the States, half the people are one way and half are the other. If everybody you know thinks like you, you're missing out on half.
Yeah,
so
my problem is that everybody who knows me hates me. I'm the outlier on that.
Yeah, that's the one universe. No. So I have found the journey to be very enlightening, And I would like to think I've had impact. The reason I keep doing this, my show's a pretty personal show. It's about pursuing a passion and overcoming obstacles and whatnot, is my audience reactions. And this is young and old. I get people just about every show coming out of the audience because everybody's been touched by cancer, either personally or, in their families. And I hear so many stories. And I mean, I won't go into it here, but the amount of serendipity that's occurred during this journey, and people who were supposed to be there were there and they heard the message. I literally had an audience of 4 people at the Toronto Fringe. One of them was a 30-something-year-old kid. He was a kid. He was an adult, but he was a CEO of a tech company. He was facing terminal cancer. And out of 4 people, he was there. And, we got to know each other. Unfortunately, he subsequently passed, but I was able to be a part of his journey. And
way to bring the mood down, Keith. Thank you.
No, but it's been inspirational in a lot of ways too. So, it's different being old on the circuit for sure.
Are you cancer free? I mean, do you get checked every year or something? How's your health? How are you?
Yeah, I get every 6 months, and knock on wood, they give you 5. I was supposed to have a 15% chance of surviving 5. I just passed 6 years, but I'm double vaxxed and boosted, and I still got Omicron, so I figure I'm super immune as I come to New York.
Wow, there you go. And seriously. Have you, one of the things is that even though most of you are, you're all younger than him, and even younger than I am and so forth, but what are struggles that you have had in your personal lives that you had to overcome, whether it be artists or just to get along? Does anybody want to talk about that? I mean, obviously we have the deaths of close relatives in one case. What are some others, if you don't mind sharing? Huh? Credit card debt. We have that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's so I've lived in New York since like 2012, and really went through the highs and lows of just trying to get the attention, trying to get noticed, trying to get your foot in the door anywhere. And I think some of the biggest challenges you have is just accepting when life is going to take you another way. Like, I wouldn't have guessed I'd be talking about these very personal stories on stage when I've moved up here. I have told people I technically didn't want to write this show because this was like the topic that I least wanted to go on about. But then I discovered storytelling. I realized that, like, oh, this is something I not only feel like I'm good at, but something I helps me connect with people on a deeper level. And at the same time, I met my fiance and realized she's the one. And I couldn't keep going about the starving artist taking catering shifts so that I can go to whatever auditions just to hear a bunch of no's. I couldn't keep doing that anymore. So the big challenge has been, okay, so how do I navigate like having a day job and finding that stability?
I mean, I'm a rabbi, but how many people hold up hands, have a work, benefits, health things? Just you, Grant? No, but wow. Well, Keith,
I'm retired.
Yeah, but how do you guys manage? Well, you have debt. I know you do.
Well, I've had like 20, 30 different day jobs in the past 10 years. So it's all like, right now I'm doing more like freelance type of work, but it's always just have some savings, spend the savings, I had the credit cards for a while, did that, but it's just like every month is kind of different.
And what about you, Julia? You didn't raise a hand, so you make a living as an artist? Or
No, sometimes I have before. I did hairspray on a Royal Caribbean ship for a year and made a great salary made like twice,
so you
3 times what I make sometimes.
This is your whole job. You just went to them with cans of hairspray.
It was incredible. They were like, we don't need somebody that's skilled or talented. We just need someone to spray hairspray in someone's face. And I was like, yeah, definitely, I could do that.
The spritzers.
I'll go anywhere.
With the perfume, yeah. Okay, no. So
yeah.
Who were you in hairspray?
Prudy Pingleton. Do you know of the show?
Grant is nodding.
Yeah, okay.
I don't remember it too well, but you're Prudy Pingleton. Okay, I get it. Was that the Carrie Butler role? Because you have a Carrie Butler sort of a look.
It's her mom. Yeah.
Okay, got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. And then I've waited tables forever. I did catering. I'm trying to get out of that. I'm actually teaching at some Jewish schools in New Jersey. Yeah. So
don't touch the men. Do not go near them.
Well, I had a moment like that because we were, I'm teaching them drama, and we were sitting in a circle on the floor, and my legs were crossed.
Yeah.
And I just saw a look on one of the boys' faces, and I was like, huh. All right. Noted. Like, maybe sit a different way. Yeah. Because it's an Orthodox school. Like, I have to wear a skirt and stuff like that. So
I wasn't joking.
Anyway,
don't go near. You're unclean. You got the blood coming out of places in you. This is not something.
Right. And me more than most. I mean, it just is constantly. Yeah. What are we talking about? Anyway. Yeah, so I'm trying to do teaching and stuff I love more than just catering and stuff, but it's stressful. I mean, what Mike was saying, like every month being different, having to rebuild things, figure out the money you need to make. I mean, I'm grateful to do what I love to do, but it's a constant reconfiguration of how is it going to work,
We have a question here from the gallery. One is, do let people, is it from work, you mean? Know that they're in your show? Yeah. Oh, do when you work on day jobs, do you say, everybody?
No.
Here's a question.
Yes. Do you let the people who become characters in your show, do you let them know that they're in the show before they're sitting in the audience and they're like, that's not me, or that's me, or except for the people who are dead. I know you can't tell dead people, but for the live people or people you reference, do they know when they're sitting there that they're going to be a character or portrayed in your story?
Great question. Open to anyone, please.
In my case, for my show, I still haven't told some relatives yet that are in it, but I think they'll be okay with it. It's not really too critical. It's jokes, but yeah, no, that's definitely something that I thought about.
As anybody who's written jokes knows, they're jokes, but not 100%. Come on,
Yeah, I mean, you can't, I've had to do a lot of editing. I mean, you can't call someone an asshole or something, and expect that they're not going to be offended.
Kevin Davenport's watching. He knows, but let me.
Whoa! Hey! Come on.
He's not gonna. No, he's a really nice guy. But here's anybody else who has done biographical stuff. Keith, you certainly have, and Julia. Do other family members show up in Grandma's eye patch? And do we say mom, sister, brother, cousin, uncle, sister, if they're Appalachian, what?
Not exactly, but the way I'm portraying my grandmother is not really like my grandmother. So I've been nervous about family members seeing the show and being like, what the hell? What the hell is that? Actually, my parents wanted to come up for the show, and I was like, you can watch it online.
Can I ask you, Julia, what was the Marshmallow Mystery Tour? Did I look up the wrong Julia again? Or
no, that's me. That's me. That's a film that I think is still being edited. That's about Betty Crocker and different characters like that. And I think it's a horror film. I was on the set for a day, and I was spraying hairspray, but I didn't get the full.
What is the weather for a Betty Crocker horror film? Frosty. Hey, sorry.
I was gonna say like cloudy with a chance of meatballs, but gumdrops. Like probably raining. Brownie mix or something.
Let's see. What else did I want to do? Well, first of all, I also want to remind everybody that all of these people are taking part. 4 of them will be physically on stage. 1 of them wrote a piece that is being done by another actor. But the names of the people and the shows that we've been talking to: Keith Alessi with Tomatoes Tried to Kill Me, but Banjos Saved My Life. Also, Grant Bowen with A Public-Private Prayer. Mike Lemme with Bathroom of a Bar on Bleecker. All these alliterations, they're killing me here. Brian Schiller with 3 Funerals and a Chimp. And Julia VanderVeen with My Grandmother's Eye Patch. I wish there was a G word that rhymed, that was synonym for eye patch. My grandmother's ga-ga-ga-ga. That would be, you know, that's a different thing to do. So we have just a couple more minutes with these fine, delightful folks that we've been talking to. So can I ask where, and again, anybody who can answer this can answer this. You're doing this, some of you have, only 1 or 2 of you have day job. Where do you see yourselves in 10 years?
What are you, their mother?
Jewish mother, yes. They're in terms of pursuing your art. I mean, if Ken Davenport's watching, you may pluck all of us and then put us in the Helen Hayes Theater in a couple of years. But more realistically, where do you see yourselves? Anybody, you know, feel free.
It's like a job interview.
I know I'm getting married this year. Thank you. So we're probably in 10 years. I see myself with a family, and you know, probably finding somewhere quiet and stable to be. But I'm gonna keep. I want to keep writing. I want to keep doing things like this. I want to keep storytelling. What that looks like, I haven't set into concrete terms because I'm just interested in seeing where the wind blows me. So.
That's right. What about Mike? Mike, I haven't heard from you in a while. Mike, talk.
Hey, yeah, 10 years. I want to keep doing what I'm doing, just on a higher level. You know, like I want to have more plays being put up, and while also still doing stand up. So, you know, just keep doing what I'm doing, just on a larger scale.
All right, Mike. Before I get to the other people in there, I forgot to ask, what is like your worst hell gig as a stand up comic?
Worst.
For Brian also real quick.
There's a couple of them. The absolute worst is I hosted a battle of the bands when I was like 14 or like 16, my high school battle of the bands, and I was very new to stand up, and they asked me if I could do like 20 minutes in between each band as they set up the new equipment. I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? I did like a 10-minute opening monologue that bombed horribly, and then I just had to introduce the bands from the audience. They wouldn't let me like get back on stage after that, so they just had like a montage of each band. Like they had like footage as a backup or something. So I did 10 minutes. I bombed in front of like every single person I knew and every single person in my high school, and I just had to introduce the bands with a microphone from the audience. From that point on, I was like,
anyway, here's Megadeth.
Oh my God! Now, Brian, what about you? What was your worst hell gig as a stand-up?
Oh God, I have 2. One was at Smokey Joe's in West Philadelphia. I was on stage, and there was a bachelor party, and they threw a banana peel up at me. They up on the stage at me. They did not like me. And the other one was
because they didn't know you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, they had gotten sufficient time to get to know me, and they determined that they didn't like me. Yeah, you know, in fairness to them, they gave me.
They gave you time
to know that they suitable time. What's that?
They gave you sufficient time to develop a loathing in them.
Exactly. And I mean, you know, not too much difference between you know, audiences and that people that meet me in general. So
all right, then that's a pretty bad hell gig. Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Oh gosh, I'm hopefully, you know, I will have scored like a TV gig, a late night gig. You know, that's sort of the you know, that's the you know, what most young comedians hope for. And you know, because that will help you get more gigs.
From your mouth.
So what's that?
No, I'm saying from your mouth to God's ears. I've got to wrap this up because I got 1 minute. So,
yeah, that's basically it.
Keith, tell us, where do you see yourself, God willing, in 10 years?
Oh, hopefully
you're young enough still; it won't be in a box. So
yeah, hopefully I'll have some grandkids, and you'll like this, Rabbi. After sending my daughter to Catholic school and off to the Vatican for college, she converted to Judaism last year. So,
Oh.
I'm sorry,
Wow.
for you, but happy for us.
well, well, like Julia, she was working at Jewish family services down in Charlotte and with the school, and you guys sucked her in. You're like a cult.
Wow.
Julia, is there more
Is she a
Judaism in your
therapist?
future? Where do you see yourself in God willing, 10 years?
In 10 years, I definitely like to be Jewish if I can.
Absolutely.
And then, but yeah, I want to make money, guys. I've done some commercial work, like actual commercial
Become
work.
Jewish.
Yeah,
Best line of the show.
Become
I'm gonna can't right. You don't even have to say anymore. That I'm leaving it right there. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody get tickets to the Frigid Festival 2022. Frigid.nyc to see these delightful, talented people. Keith Alessi, Grant Bowen, Mike Lemme, Brian Schiller, Julia VanderVeen. All of you, I wish you so much success. I hope you do meet Ken Davenport. I hope he throws tons of money at you. Jeffrey Richards also. I know Jeffrey Richards. He doesn't give me a fucking dime. I hope they support you and bring you to the place you want to be in your careers and in your lives. So I'm gonna have you do like the dating game, blow kisses or something more obscene. And I'm gonna let you go one by one. Shalom to you and success. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
yeah.
Thanks, Dave. Shalom.
Shalom to you.
Bye, guys.
Oh, you can
Nice
do it.
meeting
Yeah,
you
they can let
all.
themselves out. This is good.
Sorry
You know, they can do
for on
that.
your line.
There we go. Shalom. And it's just me. But now I'm going to bring in people who are going to be talking to Dave Lefkowitz, the host, the producer of this program. Wasn't that wonderful? We got to do that more often. I'm Rabbi Saul
I
Solomon.
have some screenshots that are, I think, crazy. Yeah.
Yes. But let me play one more piece of people who are going to be in the festival that you just met. Yeah.
Maria Theobald gave a clap, a lot of claps, clapping. Maria
I
likes
gave
it.
Maria the clap. This is no, I think that's not how that worked. Let's see some Mike Lemme. Now remember, he wrote the show. He's not in it. The bathroom and the bar on the
screen because we're seeing
yeah.
It's
I just shared. Hold on. We're gonna open that up, and then Dave will be with us for the Today Yesterday quiz and more of the show. Oh, it's like a phone thing. It won't even. All right, you'll watch the phone thing. Here it is. Mike Lemme.
Hello, I wrote a new show called Bathroom of a Bar on Bleecker. It is a tragedy/comedy about America's #1 comedy podcast recording its final episode. It stars Emil Fazorla. It is inspired by Mark Maron, Joe Rogan, and possibly Macbeth. We're going to start rehearsing here in my apartment tomorrow, so we got to build that set. So we got the toilet straight from Home Depot, and we got some room dividers I'm using as a closet. So
I'm looking at toilets. What is this? And I still have. Wow, why I just impersonated Rabbi Sal? Why did I do?
You did. You were yelling too. Anytime you yell, you have the same voice. Yeah.
Basically,
and he's got Bathroom of a Bar on Bleecker this November, Saturday, 7:30, New York City, in a meeting room near Penn Station, and hopefully some more shows after that.
That was Mike Lemme. I'm going to stop sharing the screen there. Again, one of the people that we had, Rabbi Sal had so much fun talking to just moments ago. Go see his show. I mean, it's about toilets. I am there. Let me admit some wonderful friends and guests into the Daverhood.
That was insane.
That was great.
They were wonderful guests, and I put in the chat in Facebook comments. I put links to everyone's show.
Oh, good. Yeah.
It was hard to find some of them. They were different, but everybody has a link in the show.
Oh,
their show links to the area.
Fantastic. Thank you, man. That's my darling and adorable wife, Joyce. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. You're watching Dave's Gone By live on this Saturday, February 12th, 2022. It is our 837th show. We've been calling it Frigid Dare for all those wonderful Frigid Festival people.
You know what I wanted to ask you? Yeah. Nobody talked about the Boulder Fringe. You were in Boulder Fringe.
I was in Boulder Fringe.
You won
an award. Oh, I didn't. No, you always said that. I won it in New York.
Oh, you won it in New York.
Yeah.
But I don't know why they don't talk about Boulder Fringe.
Either they weren't there. I mean, there are a lot of fringes all over, and maybe they never did.
I was curious to see.
Yeah. You know what you do at the Boulder Fringe?
What?
You get stoned.
Is that for like boulders that are balding, and they got a little fringe around?
Oh.
shooting Mr. Peabody.
Not just
Dave Lefkowitz. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Leslie Hoban.
Leslie's here on time. Thank you, Leslie. Nice
Oh,
to see you.
And Vicki, why were those two cars chasing each other? Did you ever find out?
No, they're 90 miles an hour. I'm sure one was, I mean, who knows what crap happened.
Look at your beautiful Valentine's Day background. Dave, in terms of the Fringe, they're not publicizing it properly. It's a question of publicity. They're not publicizing it.
Wait. I'm sorry. I was what did you just
Well,
say?
I'm giving you some, because I've been involved in several Fringe festivals, and Charlie was in the Rochester Fringe Festival and the Solo
And I
Fringe
was in
Festival.
Boulder, and I did Midtown International in New York. Yeah.
Yes, but the thing is, they have to be publicized. There have to be things
Why
that
do you
go
think
up.
they're on my show? Now they're going to get thousands of people.
Is that-
It's the Crane thing, like Understand Parks.
I didn't realize they were your guests today. I must have missed that part. Sorry.
Yeah, they were literally just 5 minutes ago. We wrapped up a wonderful conversation with
Okay.
5 different people doing shows at the Frigid New York Festival starting this week. All right, David, are you gonna go to any of the? I know you're still recuperating and stuff, but maybe not. Maybe. That's
See,
everything, but yeah.
We'll
Did
see
you
if
get
I
to
can.
Music Man yet, Dave?
What?
David, did you get to Music Man yet?
I'm seeing that on Tuesday.
And I'm seeing it on Thursday.
I'm sorry.
Whoa, did it get bad reviews?
I'm very curious. It got very mixed reviews.
Mixed to bad is the
And
thing.
so I'm curious. I think it was because it's been built up for so long and everybody's like paying thousands of dollars. And if it's not the best thing that ever happened since sliced bread, if it's just okay, people are like, oh, it's such a letdown.
Well, we shouldn't talk about it because you haven't seen it. I certainly have not seen it.
I have not seen it, but I will.
Maybe next week when you've seen it, because I have some very strong feelings without having seen it. How's that?
You mean about the show itself? Because there's
Yes.
a sexist outcome. We'll you know what?
About the brouhaha and the whole thing. So we can talk about it
I've
next
seen
week.
it. Yeah. Now, Vicki Quade will have not seen it because she's all the way in Chicago doing her own show. Well, 2 shows: Bible Bingo and Late Night Catechism. How are you, Vicki?
I'm fine. I can't get my hair to.
Your hair is
Your
fine.
look-
This,
No, it's not. Now it's okay.
That was fine.
It's all right. Leslie understands. You just wanted
Oh,
to.
please don't.
Yeah.
Look, you see what I'm working with. I've got limp noodles today. That's it. I can't do anything else about it.
Yeah, I want my
I'm
hair
a
to
58-year-old
be
man.
nice.
I've had a limp noodle for 10 years, but just kidding, just teasing.
No, but we did advertise like a Valentine's Day special for Late Night and Bible Bingo. Everyone who comes gets candy. It's a whole thing. So it's cute. Yeah.
So, and this is at the Greenhouse Theater in Chicago. David Sheward is a theater critic for theaterlife.com, culturaldaily.com. He also has a blog called The David Desk. I can't say thedaviddesk.com because that's not how you get to it. You have to find The David Desk. And Leslie Hoban Blake is co-host. Now, have you talked to Charlie this week? Are you going to keep Critic Circle going?
Yes, we're going to keep something going. Right now, we're finishing up the stuff that's in the can, so to speak. And
I need 2 cups of coffee to do that, but yeah.
I know. And Charlie just shot a brand new opening, which I really like. I'm very pleased about that. It's updated because over the years it's had to be updated. When I first came on, you were still in the opening, and Jeff was still in the opening, and then we updated that, and now he's updated yet again, and it's really nice. It's cool. I think he's done a very good job. So that's what he's been working on. And then, of course, he starts work as soon as the paperwork gets finished.
All right. We're talking about Charlie Gross, our good friend. I would love to have him as part of this panel, but he's an modern Orthodox Jew. So Saturday mornings is verboten. Unfortunately, he's a great guy. And he lost his job like 2 years ago. Was furiously scouting.
Longer ago than that, Dave. It was before the pandemic.
Wow. Well, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Bastards.
A job that he'd had for 28 years. It was very unfair.
Yeah. So, but
if you interview him and run it on Saturday, is it still a problem? Or
no, it's not. No, I've done that with a couple of other guests over the years. Happy to do it, but we would have to do this segment.
But he can't be in this segment, is what David's saying.
Yeah,
because we're live. When we do this, we are live.
Yeah, everybody.
Such as live is on a Saturday morning,
Yeah. So let's play the game. It's our today, yesterday quiz. Here's how it works. You guys know how it works, but I'll tell the audience for new people, people who tune in to see the Frigid folks, it's a fun trivia game. Every question is worth 2 points. It goes to these contestants. If they get it right, they get 2 points. If they get it wrong, no penalty. But one of the other contestants gets to try and steal that question. And then we have a tiebreaker. David Sheward's already bored.
So, no, I'm sorry. That was a spontaneous reaction. It had nothing to do with what you were saying.
I know. But we do have to ask, and since it's Valentine's Day, we'll go with the women, and since you're the sort of the most recent of us still, Vicki, could you kindly pick a number between 1 and 6 and let me know what it is?
2.
Vicki, with a great big smelly number 2. Leslie, what number would you like?
6, please.
Leslie with the boxcar, and David Sheward.
I guess 3.
David Sheward with a 3. I'm going to roll the die, and remember, the die has to land specifically on your number.
New rules, as Mara would say, new rules.
New rule. Oh God, that was a 4. That was a 1. Another 1. 3. Okay, David Sheward. Would you like to go first, second, or third?
I'll go first.
Oh, David Sheward first. I'm going to roll the die again.
Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight.
If you've ever, oh Jesus Christ! This is Vicki. Yes. I just dialed up a number 2. So
I'll go second.
Vicki second. Leslie, you were bringing up the rear, as it were.
So what good does it do me to get there on time? Somebody explain that to me. It makes no difference.
So we can start.
So we can see you. It does make a difference.
It was a joke. Look, get to the theater. When I went to the theater, I would get to the theater basically in time to put my seat on the seat.
Right. Yeah.
That to me is on time. The curtain has not opened.
Right.
It is about to.
Right.
I would take my dad, who's older, to the theater, and he would want to go half an hour early, and then we would sit for a half an hour in the damn seat, which is uncomfortable.
And that was
so
back
I don't
in the day
get
before
it.
cell phones, where you had something to look at for like half an hour, so you could stay occupied, even if you get bored.
Or you could bring a book, one of those things.
I've only read 1 book during the whole pandemic because of being my television and online and that kind of stuff. I read all the newspapers and all of that, but I haven't. I've got a full library, and I have read 1 book. I'm ashamed of myself.
Yeah.
And I've got to say that last time, this is not a joke, when I went to see, I think it was the Lemme trilogy, the only show that I've seen in 2 years. Vicki Clark's book is Close Encounters of the Chicago Theater kind. But I have to say, I'm at that age. I wasn't wearing glasses, and it was dim in the theater, and I opened up the playbill. I'm like, okay, I can see the cast list, but these articles I'm gonna have to read later.
Do you not have reading glasses?
I do, but I'm not gonna open my bag, pull out the thing, and then take them off because I need the distance glasses for the distances.
No, I understand. I just wondered if you.
Yeah.
He's directing now. Look at this little subtle directing over here.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
First question, 1429 was the year. For almost all these questions, they all happened on this date in history, February 12th. During the siege of Orleans, during the 100 Years' War, the Battle of Rouvray occurred, in which the French tried to intercept a supply convoy headed to the English. That convoy is how the battle got its more common name, because along with weapons, the English were transporting other items. So, the Battle of Rouvray is also called what? A, the Battle of Salt and Lemon. B, the Battle of the Herrings. C, the Battle of the Old Shoes. D, the Battle of the Dried Pork.
Mother Courage. The Battle of Mother Courage. All right, let's see. Salt and lemon, herrings, old shoes, dried pork. So it's what the British were transporting?
Yeah, they were transporting these items. The French tried to stop them. They didn't really do a very good job of it. But yeah.
I think it's okay. The one of these that probably would be most makes sense to be transported at that time would, and did they have dried pork in the 15th century? Okay, I'll just say dried pork because the others seem too perishable or like salted lemon and herrings, or impractical like old shoes. So I'll say dried pork.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm hamming it up. But there you go. But that is not the correct answer, David.
Oh, well.
I'm afraid it was not the Battle of Dried Pork. So we're going to roll the die. Number one. Jesus, this is going to make the segment last for, that was a number 4. Number 1. We have 3 people. How is it 6? Okay. Leslie Hoban Blake, you get to steal this question.
That would have been my answer also, David. So now I have to think real hard. I'm going to go with old shoes.
Is that
you want to know why I think old shoes, or you just want me to answer? I'm making this up. I'm making this up in my head, and the idea is that because it's hard to march in boots and whatnot, because your boots get ruined. The old shoes would have been, everybody would get an extra pair of shoes or two to be able to keep going. After all, Washington's troops, lost their toes because they didn't have boots and shoes. And their feet froze. So the idea is that perhaps I'm going to just say old shoes. I would have been better off just leaving it at old shoes.
No, it's a very reasonable.
David is impatient this morning. I don't know what you got going on, Dave.
Well, we start late.
I have a matinee to get to.
Oh well, okay. You should have said that. I didn't.
We'll get you out of here by 5 to 2. So, anywho, and that explanation is exactly what I hope you guys would think the explanation was when I made that up.
But it's wrong.
No, Leslie, that is not the correct answer. Vicki, you have a 50-50 shot.
Right,
You've been running the game on this recently.
All right. So give me the 2 options.
So, was this battle of Rouvray also called the Battle of Salt and Lemon or the Battle of the Herrings?
I'm going to say the herrings.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Wait, sorry? What did you say? What did you say?
Get your hard of hearing. Don't be hard of hearing.
She got it. But you are soft of herring because that is the correct answer.
Oh, it is.
Barrels of herring. Vicki Quade with 2 points on the board. Congratulations. Yep, they were just transporting these big, giant barrels of fish. So there you go. We are in the swim of things here on the Dave's Gone By show doing our yesterday quiz. Now, Vicki is in the lead already with 2 points, and Vicki can build on that if she gets this next multiple choice question correct. Are you ready, Vicki?
I am.
The year was 1832. I'm sure you remember this. Ecuador annexes the Galapagos Islands today.
I've been there.
Have you really? Oh, my. Oh. According to MetropolitanTouring.com, all of these are true about the Galapagos Islands except one.
All right, let's see.
A, since there was no mail service, sailors in the 1800s would put letters in a giant barrel and then hope another sailor going near that address would deliver it. B, is a great place to stare at boobies, web-footed birds that is. C, the 13 major islands have 5 different time zones, sometimes diverging by only 15 minutes. Or C, the name Galapagos is based on the Spanish word for saddle. One of these is false.
The boobies are true because there was the blue-footed booby was nipping at my ankles, and I tried to kick it, and I got yelled at.
Yeah.
So that I know, and I think the saddle is correct. I think so anyway. The time zone, that's interesting. Why would it have so many time zones? It's a small area. Let's see why it would have so many time zones. And then the mail, which might be correct. I'm going to go with, actually, my French is no good. So it could be that saddle is not the right word. But I'm going to go with, time zones.
You're saying they don't have 5 different time zones. That is false.
Yes, I'm going to say that.
What time is it? What time is it? It's time to give Vicki Quade 2 more points because you got that correct. Here's the deal. Wow, you are in the lead with 4. Here's some of the truth about the Galapagos Islands. There's only one time zone in the Galapagos Islands because daylight is 12 hours long. They don't need any of that other stuff. It is, however, 1 hour earlier than the rest of Ecuador. Go figure. Also, tourists really did, back in the day when sailors would come to the island, they would just leave all their mail or special letters, and then they would wait for other sailors who were going to other parts of the world. Are you going here? Are you going there? And they pick it out of the barrel. And tourists still do this. So it's kind of a cool. I'm surprised.
Oh, I thought you meant they threw the barrel in the water and hoped that the sailors would find it. I couldn't imagine. I'm thinking of all those soggy, wet, moldy letters. Okay.
No,
Totally
you go into the and you pluck one. You say, "Oh, I'm going to Paris. I'll deliver. I'll get this to the family." Right. And they still do that. Tourists come and leave mail to bring it elsewhere. Did you know that some of those blue-footed and red-footed boobies on the Galapagos Islands were named by Baron de Rothschild? He was categorizing and classifying them. And finally, it does mean Galapagos does derive from Spanish for saddle. Why? Because a Flemish map maker named the islands when he saw the giant tortoises, and their shells made him think of horse saddles. Yeah. Go figure. So you learn something every day on the
I have ridden one of those.
Yeah. Did you really?
Wow.
There in the islands, you rode a turtle?
Yeah.
How was it?
It was great. It's slow. They don't move very fast.
How was it? It was great for you. How was it for the turtle? The
turtles, I don't even think they feel you. They're pretty solid.
Yeah, because
you're quite the world traveler, Vicki.
Yeah. I'm envious.
Who was it, Cease? Oh, just that old rabbit trying to challenge me to a race.
You got the whip and the riding crop on the side of the
Well, it couldn't win because it had Vicki on its back.
That's right. That's right.
Now, here's the deal.
Exactly.
We have a question for Leslie Hoban Blake to finish our first round of our yesterday quiz. So, Leslie, you're not on the board yet. You haven't had the opportunity, but you may now. Let's see how you do with this.
I did have the opportunity. I had a steal and I missed it.
I missed the steal. You're right. Sorry. 1909 was the year. Premiering tonight with Max Fiedler conducting the Boston Symphony Orchestra is the Symphony in B minor by Ignaz Jan Paderewski, Paderewski actually, a composer who would briefly serve as prime minister of the newly formed independent country of Poland. Speaking of Poland, which is false about Venezuela? I love
Are you serious?
Yes, of course I'm serious. Because it's about Poland. Of course I'm going to ask about Venezuela. Which of these is false about Venezuela? A, Venezuela thought The Simpsons was a bad influence on children, so they replaced it with Baywatch. B, Caracas, Venezuela has the 6th highest murder rate of any city in the world, and the first 5 are all in Mexico. C, the Helix building in Caracas has become the 3rd largest mall in South America, which is cool, because it started out as a maximum security prison. Or D, on Christmas Eve, it is traditional to stay up all night roller skating and then skate to Mass in the morning. All of these are true, except one in Venezuela.
You said nothing that makes me want to go there. So Baywatch for Simpsons, highest murder rate except for Mexico in Caracas. The wall was part of a prison. I don't quite understand all that, but maybe they could sell it to Trump if he gets back in again. And roller skating to church on Christmas. Is that basically it?
Basically.
Okay, very basically.
Let's whisper. Oh, David, welcome back. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't get much sleep
Is he
last
nodding
night.
off again?
Oh,
I'm sorry. I woke up at like 6 this morning because I'm used to getting up at 5:30 to go to school.
Right.
Don't apologize, David. We all have our days.
Yeah.
Don't even apologize.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with A, Baywatch.
Oh, sorry. Yes. But no. But is that your final answer?
Yeah, it's just dumb enough to be so. Yes.
That is actually, well, yeah, it is true. They found that things in The Simpsons were, not family oriented, not appropriate for families to watch. They needed something else to put on, so they put on Baywatch in the same time slot.
I got it right?
No, you got it wrong, because that was true. We were looking for what was false.
Oh, I screwed up. True or false? God damn it.
That's on you. I'm sorry, Leslie, but we have a steal
I know.
Okay.
I know. I don't have an excuse, David. I did not get up at 6 o'clock.
No, David Sheward. If you can stay awake long enough, we can get a steal opportunity from you on
Okay.
this question. Which of these is false?
Which is false about Venezuela?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is
No,
false?
you want me to read the? I'll read the.
Yes, read it. Yes.
Sure. It is B. Caracas, Venezuela has the sixth highest murder rate of any city in the world, and the first 5 are all in Mexico. C. The Helix building in Caracas has become the 3rd largest mall in South America, which is cool because it started out as a maximum security prison. Or D. On Christmas Eve, it is traditional to stay up all night roller skating and then skate to mass in the morning.
Oh, I met the foreign minister of Venezuela once while I was had a job briefly at Berlitz, and he wanted someone to practice his English with when he was visiting the UN.
Wow.
So I got a call to say, go to the Venezuelan mission by the UN. And it was very interesting. He was on the Security Council. He told me what Putin was like.
What is Putin like? Forget the quiz. What is Putin like?
He's like a cold-blooded killer. He's very icy and, haughty and,
We know that, but interesting that he
You
would
just tell that by
admit
looking at him.
Yeah, and it was very interesting. I had a very interesting conversation with him. He just wanted to practice his English. So it was interesting.
Yeah. Cool.
A lot of
so what-
Brazilians took the English courses. It was very interesting. And a lot of Korean people. All right. So which is not true about Venezuela? That it's the highest crime rate, which is not true, right? I think
it's false. Like it's a 6th.
I think it's true about the crime rate because we just saw something about Mexico, about the crime in Mexico. So I think that number 1 is true. Number 2 is and the other one was it's a tradition to stay up and go roller skating on Christmas morning.
And then skate to mass.
And then the other one was
the Helix building in Caracas has become the 3rd largest mall in South America, which is cool because it started out as a maximum security prison.
I think that sounds. I'll say the one about the roller skating is not true.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, I'd like to say you were on a roll, David Sheward, but no, that is absolutely true. They do that. It's a thing. Vicki, my God, you have 4 points. You can actually run the table on our first round if you get this right. You have 50.
I'm going to say the murder rate because I think it's.
Vicki.
Wait.
What?
Oh no, I was just cheering you on. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the murder rate because I think it's probably worse than that.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a crime that I have to tell you that no, I think I stumped the panel.
You did.
Here's the deal.
It's the mall.
It is.
I thought you said it was a wall. That's why I said give it to Trump. I didn't hear mall. I heard wall.
Subtitling this show.
The maximum security.
This is what happened. It is not a mall at all. The domed Helix building was built to be a shopping center, but funding ran dry, and now it's used by Venezuelan Secret Service as a prison, replete with
just
human
the
rights
opposite.
abuses and prisoners held indefinitely without charges and all that fun stuff.
So this is so it's B. B's the right answer.
B is the wrong answer. So that was
Okay.
letter B. Nobody got any points on that, I'm afraid. And what's kind of cool is the roller skating thing sprang up when relations were very good between the United States and Venezuela in the 60s. So they kind of saw roller skating and thought that was a really cool thing. And it just became a thing on Christmas to do that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We're moving to the second round of our today. Yes.
Here's what I want to know.
Yeah.
I've never having been to Venezuela, is there enough flat surface for them to roller skate? You can't roller skate on a rocky ground or something.
In a city, you can. Sure.
I mean, you can probably
Well,
roller skate
only if there aren't cobblestones or a lot of hills and valleys. That's so.
I
guess
think it's hard to get into Venezuela now.
Really? What? I mean,
I think
COVID
so.
or what?
Well, everybody's trying to get out of Venezuela now, so a lot of the immigrants at the wall are either come through Venezuela or are from Venezuela.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So I have a friend who traveled to Venezuela years ago, brought back poison-tipped arrows it's a true story. And then at the airport, she kept bumping into people. We were like,
how did she get them through customs?
That was a different era.
There was a different, yeah. Wow. Poison tipped arrows. All right. Well, We are suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous trivia here on Dave's Gone By. Where
Very good. That's a good one, David.
Thank you so much.
Very
Vicki Quade
erudite.
Thank you. I'm wearing an erudite diaper. Vicki has 4 points. David and Leslie yet to be on the board as we reach our second round of the Today Yesterday Trivia Quiz. So David,
I try to pull him up. I try to elevate him, and it's not possible. Okay, go ahead.
Never.
David, Joyce, I don't know how you do it.
Go ahead.
Here's a thing for you, but I know you love these. You get first 3 clues in the news.
Got it.
So it can be names or words. They're not related to each other, but they're definitely related to what we're looking for. Okay? So the 3 words or names are bread, cake, cheap suit serenaders.
Cheap suit serenaders?
Yes.
Serenaders.
What the hell is that?
If you knew what that was, you get it immediately. So I don't know if anybody.
Cheap suit serenaders. Cheap suit serenaders. Cheap suit. Now that's not a trick, is it? Where it's really something else, or?
Well, they're all absolutely. It can be word this or this word, or directly connected to the clue.
All right. Well, bread and cake are fairly common. Cheap suit serenade. And what's been in the news this week?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I should have mentioned. It's got something to do with
the news. Bread, cake, cheap suit, serenaders. What the hell is that? Well, the only thing I can think of is, did somebody die who was in a cheap suit and then wanted some bread and some cake? And these Canadian truckers who are blocking bridges to the U.S.
Canadian truckers.
So, and that Ukraine may be invaded any minute. All right, so I'll just say Ukraine.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, we are the cheap suit serenaders from Ukraine.
Oh, you're gonna stop there. Okay. Ukraine is, I'm afraid, not the correct answer, David. Sheward. And by the way, Ukraine Theater, if you want to see the Frigid Festival. But anyway, I don't know where we're going with that. It comes up with a number 4. Nobody's got 4.
Oh, I get it. The Crane Theater.
Number 5. Nobody's got 5. Kill me. All righty. Vicki Quade, you have 4 points. You can get
workers or your dice.
bread,
yes,
cake.
Yes.
So it's not toast, not toasted cake. Is it sliced bread, sliced cake, but it's not sliced cheap suit serenaders? This is a good one, Dave. Cheap suit. That's the one. If you can figure that out, you figure it out.
Don't know that last one. So, yeah. If you do know it, it's obvious.
Chocolate cake, lemon cake, vanilla cake, lemon, serenaders, chocolate, pound cake, pound bread. Let them eat cake. Marie Antoinette. Antoinette. French bread. French. I'm gonna say French.
Is that your final answer?
It is.
Oh no, madame. No. I'm afraid that is not going to be the correct answer. Leslie, Madame Blake.
Wow, I didn't think it was going to come to me. Okay.
You have no idea.
Well, of course, I don't get the last one. Cheap Suit Serenaders obviously is either a line from a song or a description that somebody gave, or they were an old jazz group or something like that. I don't know, something, but I have no idea. So I was going to go in with sweet bread and sweet cake. I have no idea. I will just put sweet. I don't know.
That's a good idea.
Final answer?
Doesn't fit the last one.
Yeah.
Well, you are sweet, Leslie Hoban Blake, but your answer is rather bigger, I'm afraid. So here's the deal. I was thinking maybe somebody's a Dr. Demento fan or would know the answer.
Oh, it's Dr. Demento. Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, here's the deal. Bread, cake, cheap suit serenaders. The word we're looking for, crumb.
Crumb.
Bread crumb, crumb cake, and Cheap Suit Serenaders was the band, or is the band, that cartoonist R. Crumb released albums with when he did. It was R. Crumb and the Cheap Suit Serenaders.
Yeah.
I actually know R. Crumb. That wasn't Demento. I don't know R. Crumb. I don't mean I know him. I mean I collected his work for a while.
What crumb?
So, but I didn't recognize. It makes sense.
Yeah, it was R. Crumb. No relation, but this past week, George Crumb, the Pulitzer-winning composer, passed away. He did a piece called Echoes of Time in the River. He won a 2011 Grammy for Star Child. He liked using conventional instruments and unconventional.
Were they related?
No. However, there's a theater connection here. He was the father of the late actress Anne Crumb.
Oh,
remember her from?
Okay, I remember her. Yeah.
From
she had cancer a few years back. Yeah.
She was in a whole bunch of musicals.
Right.
I thought you were going to say a whole bunch of crummy things.
Yeah, a whole bunch of crummy musicals. Yeah.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
Well, she was well bred. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have another question in our second round of our trivia quiz, and this one is going to go to Vicki Quade. So Vicki,
Okay.
4 points. You can let's see.
I can add to it. Let's see.
A multiple choice.
Okay.
February 12th, 1914 was the year. Released today, a year before Birth of a Nation, is The Squaw Man, a 75-minute Western, arguably the first full-length feature film shot in Hollywood. The movie is co-written and co-directed by Oscar C. Apfel and first-time director Cecil B. DeMille. Incredibly, DeMille would direct 5 more short films. What? Hold on. That's wrong.
You want to check that?
He would direct 5 more short films just in 1914, and more than 50 silent films overall in just the silent era. Okay, which of these was not one of them?
Oh, good Lord. Okay.
A, Don't Change Your Husband. B, Why Change Your Wife? C, So Red the Rose. Or D, Rose of the Rancho.
I'm going to go with Why Change Your Wife.
Is that your final answer?
Total guess, yes.
Uh-oh. Excuse me. Pardon me. Well, I'm sure a lot of husbands would figure out a lot of reasons to change your wife, but that is not the correct answer.
Oh, David, Richard Shore just posted that George Crumb died today.
He didn't die today. He must have died. He died last week.
Oh,
Who
February.
died?
Yeah.
Who died last week?
George Crumb. That was.
Sorry.
But Why Change Your Wife? No, I'm afraid that is not the correct answer. That really is or was a Cecil B. DeMille. Oh, Crumb had a dachshund. Yeah, we have.
So he deserved to live.
David Sheward.
Exactly.
You have a steal opportunity here.
Okay.
Which of these films was not a Cecil B. DeMille silent movie?
Okay. So give me the choices again.
A, Don't Change Your Husband.
Wasn't that what Vicki guessed?
No, I said, Why Change Your Wife or something like that.
Okay. Don't Change Your Husband.
Don't Change Your Husband. C, So Red the Rose. Or D, Rose of the Rancho.
Oh, those all sound like they could be silent era films. And what year was this? 19 something?
Well, all of these were made by, and they're full-length films, by DeMille in the silent era between.
So not necessarily
the
course of his career.
Yeah.
Okay. So Rose of the Ranchero, Rose, Don't Change Your Husband, or
So Red
the Rose. So Red the Rose. That sounds like a real title of a real silent film. I'm gonna say, and we have not had a D yet, so I'm gonna say Rose of the Ranchero.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid the thorns have stuck you on that particular answer. It's Rose of the Rancho, not Ranchero, but that is still, it was a DeMille film. So, Leslie Hoban Blake, you can get on the board. You want to steal this question?
Okay, this is hysterical, and I have to take the time. On my DVR, I have the 1919 version of the Squaw, no, the 1920 something version of the Squaw Man that he did. I believe Warner Baxter is in it. Anyway, he redid the Squaw Man twice. He had an actual native person play the native lady, which was amazing. But I mean, you know, it was better than. At some point, it was done again. I think Dolores Del Rio. There was also a sound version, but it wasn't called the Squaw Man at that point. I don't think it had anything to do with PC. I knew that Rose of the Rancho was a real film. My feeling is that So Red the Rose is the one that this is not. I also have a book of the Squaw Man with the illustrations. My father collected the whole series of those illustrated books. It was part of his library when he passed it. I took the Squaw Man. So.
Huh. So, but are you going with?
I'm saying C. I'm saying So Red the Rose is not one of those.
Well, a rose by any other name would smell very, very sweet for you, Leslie Hoban Blake. You got that right. That is letter C. And here's the deal. The So Red the Rose is a movie, but it was a 1935 King Vidor film with Randolph Scott and Margaret Sullivan were in there. Both of the comedies, Don't Change Your Husband and Why Change Your Wife, they were real movies, and they both starred Gloria Swanson. They were popular roles for her. Yeah, and what's the last one? And Rose of the Rancho was based on a David Belasco play. Just for you theater people there.
And just the last thing I was going to say is we gave the bulk of those books to the DeMille Library as a donation. There's a DeMille Library. It was originally in the barn where he shot his first film out in LA. I don't know if it still exists. This was in 2015. And these things have a way of disappearing, but they were so grateful to get it. The thing was valued. It had no value intrinsically, but it was valued by somebody at like $3,500 or something for the book.
That was C.
Oh yeah, that was
right.
letter C. That was letter C.
And when we went to the coffee house, do you remember the coffee house with the drama desk? We went there for a party.
Oh yeah.
There's a shelf of those books that I donated to the coffee house.
Oh, that's great.
There were so many of them. He had like 70 of them or something like that. So.
It's interesting that they were worth hundreds of dollars, but they should have been worth millions. I'm sorry. Leslie Hoban Blake, you have 2 points on the board, and you can tie Vicki Quade if you get this question right. Whoa!
Come on, Leslie.
But here's the deal, Leslie. I don't know how you feel about these. Guess what? You get the second.
Oh God. Okay. All right. Am I going to get another one like the cockeyed serenaders or whatever the hell that thing was called?
Cheap suits.
Cheap suit serenaders.
Yeah,
I never heard of that.
The zoot suit serenaders. Okay.
They're fun. They're old timey, corny sort of jazz.
I got it. And our crumb makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Well.
And I feel I should have known that.
Here we go. Here's Leslie's 3 clues in the news. 3 words that are related to the word we're looking for. Corn, whistle, sheep. What the hell?
What is that?
You'll see. What is that? Is that an
Oh, that's a breathalyzer. I know what that is.
An aspirator.
Yeah. I got about 6 of those in my storage space. I don't know what to do with them. I should donate them to somebody.
Oh.
Corn.
I know where I have to keep that one for me. Joyce has been begging for something like that lower down. But anywho, thank you, David.
Woman trying to think.
Oh, sorry. Woman trying to think. Here we go.
Okay.
Did you see the Steve?
Not doing very well, but.
Is that an Almodovar film? Woman trying to think.
Starring Penelope Cruz. Yes.
Can you say them again?
Absolutely. The words are corn, whistle, sheep. related to some
David.
thing in the news.
Oh,
He got it. Okay.
I think. I'm not
I
sure. But
don't. No idea. I have all kinds of words for each one, but nothing that goes together. I'm going to say I could say Blumenthal for all the difference it's going to make because I have no idea.
Correct
But
answer.
I will say, no, that was not what I was going to say. I will say, stop. I know it's not the right word, but I'll say stop.
Stop. Final answer?
Yeah, sure.
No, actually, we're closer with Blumenthal. That is not the correct answer. we're gonna roll the die. And it's a number 2, Vicki.
Wow, you're hot this morning, Vicki.
Yeah.
I know, but I don't know this. I'm thinking corn silk, whistle stop. What's the last one?
Sheep.
Corn,
Sheep.
whistle,
Sheep. Like sheep wool, shearing sheep, sheep.
the sheep suit serenaders.
That's right. Exactly.
For Wild and Woolly on this show, yeah.
That's brilliant, David. That deserves a
sheep horns, but then corn horn, no. Sheep whistle. Whistle while you work. Whistle song, whistling, whistle. It reminds me of the hot dog whistle. Oscar Mayer, the wiener whistle.
I have one of those little baby whistles. Yes.
The wiener whistle, right?
Yes.
David, you had that fixed though.
But it doesn't fit.
Corn. Yeah.
Corn salad. No. Sheep salad. No. I know. And a whistle salad. No. Corn. Corn pie. Corn green. I don't know. Silk. I'm just gonna say silk. I know it's wrong.
I'm just gonna give a. Well, even though your answer was delivered smoothly, silk is not the correct answer.
I know.
So, David Sheward, you seem to be somewhat.
David.
I think so.
Well,
what is it?
Corn, whistle, sheep.
Okay, now I think it's dog because, and I don't quite get I think it's dog, and I think it's dog because The Power of the Dog got the most Oscar nominations.
Wow.
So you got it.
Yeah, but how does it go with corn?
Corn
Corn
dog.
dog.
Oh,
dog
stupid.
whistle.
Right. He's probably right on the nose.
But what's the sheep? Sheepdog. Oh, sheepdog.
Sheepdog.
Yeah,
Sheepdog, of course.
It is. You got it.
David,
you got it.
Is that your final answer, David?
Yes.
David's gotta catch the subway. He's gotta get to the subway. Hurry up.
All right, don't bark at me. Yes, David Sheward, 2 points on the board.
Congratulations.
Nice.
Power of the Dog.
Well done. I really wouldn't have gotten there.
Yeah.
Good show. Good job. And look at this.
Seeing one of
Everybody's
those
on the board.
Warner Brothers.
Sorry?
I was just seeing one of those Warner Brothers cartoons on Tune In With Me where the sheepdog and the wolf both check in as if they're workers, and they have a little time. They have a little time clock.
And then one chases the other, right?
And then the sheepdog sort of beats up the wolf, and then the whistle blows, and he stops mid punch. Says, "See you tomorrow, Ralph."
Listen, my kids had an Australian sheepdog, and it was a very unhappy dog until they found online people who owned a sheep pen, and they would let you come for half an hour and let your dog chase the sheep inside a pen that had it was wonderful. The sheep didn't mind. The sheep got exercise, which they needed, and the dog ran around, because the dog would get their socks and pile them up. It had to herd something. It's inbred that it's a worker, and that's what it has to do. So this was a brilliant idea. I mean, I was like $35 a half an hour or something.
Wonderful. Joyce was saying, dogs, a family, if they have a couple of kids, they start herding the kids. It's instinctual.
No,
she's not
they were
joking.
herding. She was herding socks, I swear to you. She would come and pile them all up out of the laundry basket.
Wow.
It's like a terrier.
That's great.
Yeah, you can't. It's inbred into them. Now, speaking of inbreeding, no, I have no segue there, but I do go to the third round of our today.
No. Is it?
Yeah.
Or is Leslie?
Yeah.
No, Leslie just went. And,
No, I went. I didn't get it.
You started the dog thing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
David Sheward, it's
So-
BC so far?
Well, that wasn't. There was no later on that.
BC, yes, it's BC.
Okay.
BC. So we go now to round 3 of our Today Yesterday trivia quiz on Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, with our wonderful panelists. We have Vicki, Quade, we have Leslie Hoban Blake, and we have our next question going to David Sheward. On February 12th, 1947, fashion changed forever when French designer Christian Dior presented his first collection, New Look, which took Paris by storm. Which of these is false about Monsieur Dior? A, he named his first perfume in honor of his own sister. B, before becoming a designer, Dior tried to be a painter and even sold one of his works to Picasso, who bought it to encourage the young man's talent. C, Dior's father got his wealth from making fertilizer. Or D, Dior was so superstitious he consulted a tarot card reader before every fashion show. One of these is false.
Which of these is false? All right, so his perfume was named for his sister. He tried to be a painter, and he sold the painting to Picasso. His father got his money from fertilizer, and he was so superstitious he had a tarot card reader before every fashion show. Those all sound equally, quirky and bizarre, and entirely possible. So I just have to pick one that's false. I think the fertilizer is true. I think the tarot, well, I don't know. I think the perfume one is true. I think the fertilizer one is true. I think so was it Picasso or the tarot cards? I think it is, and if we're going by the pattern, it should be B, because we've had BC, but I don't think there is a pattern. So I'm going to go with the tarot card.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Well, let me read. I see that David Sheward has the wrong answer. I'm so sorry, David Sheward.
well.
No, we have a steal opportunity here from
If it's
Leslie.
B, I'm going to kill myself.
Number 1. Number 4. Anybody have a 4? I don't think so. But I don't.
You're gonna get a new machine for next time, right?
I'm telling you, right? 4. 2. Vicki.
I'm going to say Picasso, because it may have been a different painter who bought the artwork.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, you are. I can't think of I need a joke. Hold on. Well, I would have canvassed you all for the answer, but I didn't have to. Vicki just got the right one.
Oh, I did.
That's correct. Dior did try to sell some sketches on the street. He wasn't a painter, but he did for a period of time before he really went into design. He owned an art gallery where he sold Picassos.
Oh.
So that is kind of that part.
So it is. So we're. Oh, the next answer
It was
better
letter
not be
B.
a
I'm
C.
so sorry, David. Yes.
The next answer better not be a C.
Why? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if it is?
It's gonna blow my mind, because it's like they were
Okay, all right.
searching
Skip
for a
his
pattern.
matinee and jump off a bridge. What is your matinee, by the way, Dave?
Sorry?
What are you seeing this afternoon?
I'm seeing Black No More from the new group at the Signature Theater.
Cool.
You'll be right around the corner from me. You'll be right up the street from me.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, that big. I know, big whoop. I really got you. I know.
Well, we have a game here. We've got Vicki on the board with 6 points, David Sheward with 2, Leslie Hoban Blake with 2 points, but we still have some more questions. So it isn't quite over yet, but this question is going to be pretty important. We have this one going directly to Vicki. If you take this, Vicki, the game is
Your morning, Vicki.
So
it's yours to win or lose.
Not too
Vicki.
much pressure.
I know. The year was 2005.
Oh.
The 58th Annual British Academy Film Awards, the BAFTAs, are held in London today with Martin Scorsese's The Aviator, about eccentric business magnate Howard Hughes winning Best Film. According to Factinate.com, which of these is false about Howard Hughes?
Okay.
A, he became obsessed with Baskin-Robbins banana nut ice cream. B, while he was living in Las Vegas's Desert Inn Hotel, Hughes brought up the nearby Silver Slipper Hotel just so he could take down its neon sign. C, when he was 12 years old, Hughes would ride around on a motorized bicycle that he built himself. Or D, he was such a germaphobe that he would wrap his slippers in saran wrap just to go to the bathroom.
What's the first one?
First one was he became obsessed with Baskin-Robbins' banana nut ice cream.
They all sound possible.
Is this which is true or which is false?
Only
Which is
one
false.
of these is false.
So it's the ice cream, or that he bought a hotel so we could take down the neon. Is that what it?
The sign of the other hotel.
What was the other hotel?
He was in the Desert Inn and he bought the Silver Slipper.
Okay. Or he was such a germaphobe, he wrapped his feet in
his slippers in saran wrap. Just go to the bathroom.
And what was the third one?
Third one, well, might as well just when he was 12 years old.
Oh yeah,
around on a motorized bicycle that he built himself.
He built by himself. You know, something tells me it's either the ice cream or it's the neon. Because it may not have been that hotel. But I'm gonna say, boy, that's a tough one. All right. Or the bike. I mean, maybe he was not 12. Maybe he was 10. I'm not trying to think. Get into the mind of Dave Lefkowitz. And you don't want to be there. Yeah.
Comedy mind.
That's what this game is really about. It's not about anything else.
Right. Exactly.
My head. Yes.
I'm going to say the ice cream. It could have been a different flavor, but he could have loved that one for all I know.
So, but you're going to say that's false.
I'm going to say that's false.
Well, Vicki, even though we're nuts about you, we're not bananas about your answer. That really was true.
It was true. Yeah.
I will tell that part of the story that he really loved it. So his advisors and people just bought 350 gallons of it, created all this freezer space for it, and by the time they were able to transport it and get it to him in Vegas, he went off banana nut and won French vanilla. That's Howard Hughes for you. An eccentric fella, but which of these eccentricities is not true? Leslie Hoban Blake, we have a 6.
I'm going to say, since it's not eccentric at all, the motorized bike. C. Also fits the pattern, David.
Yes, it does.
It does. Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Well, as we're cycling through these questions and answers, we're going to get some right answers, but unfortunately, like yours, we also get some wrong ones. Sorry, Leslie.
Well, at least it broke the pattern.
It broke the pattern. But here's the deal. We have a steal opportunity now from David Sheward.
So which two are left, and what are the letters?
Okay. B, while he was living in Las Vegas's Desert Inn Hotel, Hughes brought up the nearby Silver Slipper Hotel just so he could take down its neon sign. Or D, he was such a germaphobe, he would wrap his slippers in saran wrap just to go to the bathroom.
Oh, those both sound true. So that's what's annoying. Because
that's what's annoying, right?
I think the Silver Slipper, I think it was a neon thing of a giant slipper. And I think it moved or something like that. And that may have bothered him. But I think he was a germaphobe also. So that could be true. He was such a germaphobe, he used to wrap his slippers in saran wrap.
Just to go to the bathroom, yeah.
Maybe it wasn't saran wrap. Maybe it was toilet paper, or maybe it was, I don't know. All right, the pattern doesn't work anymore. So I'll say B, the Silver Slipper.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid, David Short, your slipper answer has brought you down to defeat because that is not the correct. I mean, he did. He bought it. It was this giant slipper, and he had it moved. And I believe you can still see that sign in that graveyard they have in Las Vegas of old hotel signs. But what really happened, I did, I was a little cutesy on this one. He wouldn't. It's not that he would wear slippers on his feet at all. He would walk around with tissue boxes on his feet.
Oh, okay.
To go to the bed, literally just a whole tissue box because he was so
much more sanitary.
Yeah.
Do you remember that movie Melvin and Howard?
Oh yes, yes.
Such a good movie.
Favorite movie.
Wow.
Right.
It's been years. Anyway, no points there, which I think actually pivots.
No,
Vicki
I get
the win. No, I know.
Oh, Vicki's winning. There's no question about that.
Vicki has now officially already won the game. Congratulations, Vicki. But we have one more question for Leslie, and then our tiebreaker. So Leslie.
But David and I are tied. So this is my tiebreaker potential.
Yeah, we see who gets it's Olympic week. We are going to see who gets the silver. Let's do it.
Right.
The year was 2018. Penny Lawrence, the deputy director of Oxfam, resigns today. This follows a long investigation over the organization's behavior in Chad and Haiti, where members used Oxfam facilities to sexually abuse prostitutes, some of them likely underage.
Oh.
Dave's Gone By viewers know that I'm no fan of Oxfam, considering their financial support for borderline Arab terrorist organizations and their longtime bashing of Israel. So, which of these negative things is also true about Oxfam? Only one of these is true. Leslie? A. When Scarlett Johansson resigned as an Oxfam ambassador, Oxfam immediately turned to Natalie Portman, who said no, and then Hayden Panettiere, who said yes. B. Oxfam in England has been criticized for its bookstores, which squeezed out mom-and-pop bookshops just like the big chains do. C. Oxfam's intervention in Ethiopia, which was supposed to help Ethiopian coffee farmers, actually caused half a year of near starvation there. Or D. Although Oxfam rails against the 1% owning more and more of the world's wealth, Oxfam's president, Abby Maxman, earns $750,000 per year. Only one of these, though, is true.
When I lived over there, that was not, everybody thought Oxfam was terrific, but we're talking pre-2000, and I don't know how bad it was in those days, but it was the biggest. Everybody bought the Oxfam Christmas cards. I brought some home to use. So I'm horrified at this. I don't think I really followed this, and I didn't really know it. I don't doubt it at all. And God bless ScarJo and Natalie Portman for turning it down. That said, that's the end of my politics there. Which one is true?
Yeah, remember, of the four things I read, only one is true. The Chad Haiti thing was part of the question. That was true.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it's either the bookstores or the $750,000 per year. Oh, no, which is true. Oh.
Is true.
Oh, I'm going to say A. I'm going to say that's the one that's true. The Hayden Panettiere taking over as the spokesperson. So why they would want Hayden Panettiere in London, I don't know, but that's okay.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, all of that. You have to take all of that together with my parenthetical thought, etc.
Well, Leslie Hoban Blake, some of your answers I'm loving, but that one I'm hating. No, I made that. Scarlett Johansson did resign from Oxfam over their Israel policy and stuff, but they didn't go to Natalie Portman. I made that up. There's nothing to do with Hayden Panettiere.
Okay.
They don't mention any specific ambassador anymore anyway.
Why would the Hayden Planetarium be an ambassador?
Well,
you're joking, right?
Yeah.
Actually, it makes sense if Kevin Spacey was the ambassador for the Hayden Planetarium, but no, I'm just rolling dice.
What about the Hayden Planetarium?
Well,
nobody can find it. Nobody can find it, Dave.
And then you have to, and you get to the Jupiter Symphony.
Do we have anybody hit 5? I'm just rolling. Jeez. 5 again. 2. Vicki, you have a still opportunity here on this quiz question. You could actually you run away with this game already, but 2 more.
I hate to do this, but can you read the remaining 3?
Oh, you betcha. Yeah, I put so much energy into this. I love reading them again. I wrote them. So again, the question has to do with Oxfam, something
Right.
negative.
And which one of these is true?
True about them. A, was it B? Okay. First one, B.
B.
Oxfam in England has been criticized for its bookstores, which squeezed out mom and pop bookshops just like the big chains do. C. Oxfam's intervention in Ethiopia, which was supposed to help Ethiopian coffee farmers, actually caused half a year of near starvation there. Or D. Although Oxfam rails against the 1% owning more and more of the world's wealth, Oxfam's president, Abby Maxman, earns $750,000 per year.
Well, they could all be true, but I'm going to say the Ethiopia answer is true.
Okay. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm having a coffee. But that is not the correct answer, I'm afraid.
Darn it.
I made that up. Well, they
made
did have
that up.
Ethiopian coffee farmers, but they worked it out, and that actually worked out well. So it wasn't
Okay.
like that where they caused a starvation thing. So who?
David.
David. A steal opportunity here. One of these, Esperdad. Is it Oxfam England and their bookstores, or is it that
salary
the CEO Abby, or sorry, the president Abby Maxman?
So which of these is true? They sound like they both could be true. I'll say that the Oxfam president makes $750,000.
I bet he makes more.
I bet that too.
Oh, now you're making me rethink it.
Oh, sorry, David.
We thought you'd locked in your answer. I'm sorry. That's not, we never do that.
Locked in my, okay, now go ahead. I've locked in my D.
Wow. We've had a whole lot of stumpage going on this episode of Dave's Gone By. Maxman, I see this as a lot of money. Obviously, it's not really for a CEO, but Maxman makes only $423,000 a year, which is, I guess, low for a CEO.
Yeah.
But it still sounds like a shitload of money to me for
So it's the bookstores. That's true.
Yeah. They sprung up all over England, and they squeezed out all these mom and pop bookstore shops. So anyway.
Well, I mean, Smith was the big bookstore thing in London. I don't think that Oxfam knocked out Smith.
No, but the individual mom and pop stores, they're saying, did.
Okay.
So that one was true about Oxfam. So here's the deal. Vicki, Quade, you have a 6-2 win on. We have enough time.
Congratulations, Vic. And David and I remain tied.
Yeah,
that's right. Ooh,
yeah. So if you want, we can count this towards the time.
And I have a special paper for my answers.
Oh,
today.
So beautiful.
Okay.
Vicki, you look stunning against that background with the red shirt in the background. It's just.
I picked that. What am I going to wear today? Oh, I got to get my red shirt.
You got it. You got it.
It's giving Leslie.
You should be styling these for people. You do this very well.
I try.
I think I love the background stuff. We have a tiebreaker. This is again. It's not. You're going to call out the answers. I'm going to read it once or twice. We'll write down your answer, and then I'll give a 3, 2, 1, and you'll show it physically to the camera. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
February 12th, 1917. Debuting in the Chicago Tribune today is a brand new comic strip created by Sidney Smith, who ended his previous comic, Old Doc Yak, to create this one. The debut panel introduces an American family. Parents Andrew and Minerva, son Chester, Buck the dog, and Hope the cat. Name that comic the first one ever to have one of its characters die.
Oh. No idea. What was the name of his previous one?
Old Doc Yak.
Let me think.
And I will. Little hint here, since you're struggling. The character who dies is not one of those main ones.
All right. Okay. All right.
Have you all written? Have you all?
Yeah.
Leslie, you also okay.
Yeah, I'm wrong, but I wrote something.
Me
I will
too.
read the question again. The year was 1917, debuting in the Chicago Tribune today. There's a brand new comic strip created by Sidney Smith, who aided his previous comic, Old Doc Yak, to create this one. The debut panel introduced an American family, parents Andrew and Minerva, son Chester, Buck the dog, and Hope the cat. Name that comic the first ever to have one of its characters die. 3, 2, 1. I see gas.
Oh, Gasoline Alley. I said Andy Cap.
And yeah, I can see that. And happy for
Happy Keeping Up with Father.
Oh, Keeping Up with Father. Okay. Once again, I'm afraid I have stumped. Even David, who's a comic strip person, it was a very popular strip for a lot of years. They went on the radio, it was in movies. It was the Gumps.
Oh, Andy Gump.
Andy
Sure,
Gump,
of course.
Andrew and the wife.
Sure.
And who died?
A character. I'm glad I wrote this down. In 1929, they killed off neighbor Mary Gold, and it was absolutely it was scary. I mean, people were just...
Was that anti-Semitic of them, or they just happened to kill off Mary Gold?
No, what? Why would you think she was Jewish? Because she had gold in her name?
Yes.
Oh, no. She was just a character.
But she had Mary in her name, too.
Yeah.
I know. She was trying to pass. That was
Miriam
a stupid thing.
Maybe
she did a stupid thing. Instead of changing the last name, she changed the first name.
Maybe she married a
Edna
Jew.
Gold. And...
Maybe she married a Jew.
Yeah, yeah. And their son became a copper. But I don't even know what that means.
Enjoy your show, David.
Yeah, and be careful.
I've still got a couple of minutes. I don't have to rush off.
Well, so David, let's before you rush. Yeah, because it's only 10 after 12, and we know that matinees. We all in this room know that matinees start at 2:00 on Saturdays. Still, maybe not forever. Maybe they'll be changing those. But David, so if we read you this week in theaterlife.com or culturaldaily.com, what will we be reading that's new?
Well, I have a review of Long Day's Journey into Night, which Audible did at the Minetta Lane.
Did they really squeeze that to 2 hours? Did they really fit that all in 2 hours? Okay.
Well, they cut it down. And I thought it was interesting. I thought it was an interesting production. And they set it in the summer of 2020, and I thought it worked.
Oh, okay.
I have no problem with transposing things. We do it with Shakespeare all the time. We do it with operas, so I don't see why we can't do it with Eugene O'Neill.
Oh, O'Neill needs, if anything, he needs cutting all the time.
And moving it into other eras.
Did they take out the maid? I mean, how do you?
Yes, they cut the maid.
An hour of okay. I'm wondering.
They cut out the maid.
Got it.
Elizabeth Marvel was really quite good because I felt she was actually like how a drug addict would act, and not like I'm a great actress having my big moment, which is how it's usually played.
Always played like that. And I've read some of the reviews, and they said, when she has her thing at the end, she's basically she's a drug addict collapsing. It's like there's no grandeur.
It's time for my Tony Award. All right.
And how was the attendance?
It was almost full. It's a small theater, but it was almost full.
Who's the company? Who's doing it? I forgot.
Audible. They've done, and they're releasing it as an audio version.
Yeah, they did the Billy Crudup multiple role thing down there too.
Yes, there's also a review of Prayer for the French Republic at Manhattan Theater Club.
Yeah, that was 3 hours long. How was that?
I enjoyed it. It's about a family of French Jews, and they are deciding whether or not to move to Israel because of anti-Semitic violence in Paris. And it's quite moving.
Oh,
it had nothing to do with the death of Mary Gold, did it?
And that play, by the way, just got extended.
In 1929, this comic strip, happened. So let's move to Israel, where we'll be safe, and all our comic strip characters will be safe. And also, on the David desk, I wrote some things about Tick Tick Boom and the Golden Age, and the Gilded Age. Sorry, the Gilded Age,
which has a lot of Broadway people in it.
Yeah, and just the fact that both of these have so many Tony-winning people in it.
Cool.
So, may I make a comment? I'm sure you put this into your article, David. It's Bernie Chelsea.
Oh, the casting director.
I mean, that's anything that Bernie touches, also The Good Wife. It's a direct line for these people to make a living.
Well,
I mean, they're always the best people as well. But I mean, I've been checking, I've been following that. I didn't write about it, but I've been following that.
I'm enjoying The Gilded Age. I think it's in
Yes,
good
so
mood.
am I.
Some people are giving it bad reviews because it's kind of soap opera-ish. So
well, of course it is.
Yeah,
It's Julian Fellows. What do they expect? My
so
God.
that's what's been going on. And I will be doing a review of Intimate Apparel.
Oh, yeah. Have you seen it yet?
I saw it last night.
I was really hot to see that one.
Has it officially opened?
Yes, it opened last week. So
real quick, yes, no, maybe, middle.
It's very good. It's what's interesting about it is that it's an opera, and all the cast members are opera people who. It's refreshing to see different people. You know, usually we see the same people over and over again.
All right. Okay.
Hey, speaking about Julian Fellows, Leslie Nichol, who plays the cook, Mrs. Patmore, she's going to be appearing in Chicago at the Greenhouse.
Oh, in what?
In a musical called something like How the Hell Did I Get Here?
Oh.
I ask myself that question every morning, ladies and gentlemen.
It's next month, so I'm eager to meet her and see the show.
Oh, great.
Now you can see. I can't. Oh, look, Joyce is cutting me slices of apple, and she even took the peel off this one.
So
I can eat
nice.
quickly.
Too nice.
Such a wife. So you're not going to change your wife for sure.
Oh, never, ever, never. Why would I change? Yeah. But if people want to see Vicki Quade's shows, they have to go to the Greenhouse to see Bible Bingo,
Late Night Catechism,
and Late Night Catechism.
And then in a month we open Easter Bunny Bingo because the Lenten season starts. You know.
Indulge me. How is Easter Bunny Bingo different from Bible? Did you dress up?
Oh, totally different. It's all about this. The show is Easter Bunny Bingo, Jesus' Resurrection, and Peeps. So we talk about candy and the history of Easter and Easter movies and actors who play Jesus. Because some look really good, and then you've got the blue-eyed Jeffrey Hunter, who's my favorite. You know, and then we do a quiz, saint or sin or not a sin. We do.
That sounds like a lot of. Are you in it?
So much fun.
Wow.
So Vicki, you get return people because each show is different. People come back for the right. Got
They like wine, they come back for more. Yeah,
that's very smart.
So much guilt, they'll continually go.
It's like, has it been this long since you've seen Late Night Catechism or Bible Bingo or Easter Bunny Bingo?
Are there questions about Marion Seldes as Herod's wife?
No,
but you know, we could talk about that and Salome and the whole thing. You know, yeah.
Now, Leslie Hoban Blake, is there I assume it's not a new episode of Critic Circle, but you're certainly working with Charlie on.
The one that's up now, the one that's up now is the one that we did. But the Skeleton Crew is about to go up with my good friend. I always hate that you say my good friend and then the name escapes you. Perry Gaffney. Perry Gaffney, who's an actress who played the lead role in Denver, by the way. She played it in Denver and she played it in Westport. And so she has a very interesting perspective on it. And I think she's going to be reviewing for us quite a bit now. She also has her own show.
Let me ask that. That's an amazing thing to me, is that you got this actress who was in the play out of town being developed. It comes to New York and the playwright doesn't say, I want Perry Gaffney for the lead.
Well, no, not only that, she's worked with Ruben before. It's Ruben Santiago Hudson. She's worked with Ruben. Skeleton Crew, this is a revival. It was off Broadway. Now it's on Broadway. Okay. It's a very popular show outside of New York. And she had hope. She had auditioned for an understudy and didn't get that, which I found that hurt. I thought that was not right. But Perry was at my party. You both met Perry at my party. You might have met her at my party. Very stately woman with long braids. Anyway.
If I didn't know her, I wouldn't, maybe I wasn't formally.
She did Harlem Duet for me when I was at the Blue Heron, which was a play about Desdemona.
Oh my gosh.
Nice. Yeah.
Were you all playing Othello together? I don't even know. That's a little...
Anyway, we have that coming up, and we have the new opening coming up, which will be on everything that goes up on the new opening we'll put up on YouTube as well. The opening credit sequence.
Oh no,
is
yes,
new.
okay. I was wondering what you're. Yeah.
And I think that's all that's going on right now.
Well, it's enough.
My Cyrano, I did a Cyrano review because I got to see the movie and Charlie didn't. But because it was based on the play, we were discussing the differences between the movie and the play. But I don't think that's been cobbled together yet.
Yeah, but
I did, however, find my 19-something from backstage. I did an interview with Peter Dinklage, and in it he said that one of his great hopes, and this is before he got married to Erica, before anything, he had just done an independent film, and he had done The Station Master. That's when he did
Station Agent.
The Station Agent, such a good
Station
film.
Agent, thank you. And he said, it's in the article. He said, I just hope someday to be the hero and get the girl. And then he does Cyrano, where he's the hero and he doesn't get the girl. And I thought, how sad, how close, almost.
Was he nominated for an Oscar?
No, he was not. And I think that's a terrible snub.
Has won an Emmy.
He did. He was nominated for a SAG award.
Yeah, and I think he did win an Emmy.
Oh.
But it wasn't on television. It is non-television, so
no, for Game of Thrones. For Game of Thrones.
Oh yes, no, we're talking about for this movie though. The only thing this was nominated for was the costumes, which are gorgeous. Cyrano is just an ephemeral, diaphanous work. You actually use clothing terms for that film. It's so beautifully shot in a little piece of Sicily. The town itself is a character. It's just beautifully done.
So
I mean, it was so cramped, and when it was done on stage, it was a little cramped thing, and this just opens up and
beautiful. Do you think it's Benjamin Cumberbatch's, or I'm sorry,
Benedict
Cumberbatch's year?
I haven't seen The Way of the Dog.
Or maybe Will Smith.
Oh,
wow.
He's overdue, isn't he?
Yeah.
I haven't even followed the Oscar stuff the way I used to. I haven't even followed the Tony stuff the way I used to. But I will follow you guys to the ends of the earth, ladies and gentlemen. Those are David Sheward, Vicki, Quade, Leslie Hoban Blake. Hope to see most, if not all of you. As a matter of fact, I'd love to see all of you next week because I know who our guest is, and that's already pre-recorded. So if you guys are free, we'd love to see you do this again. And have a wonderful...
And happy Valentine's Day.
Bye.
Yes, happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
May you all find love.
Give him a Zoom hug.
Zoom hug.
No, like this. You hug.
Zoom hug. Yeah, David was like, screw all
Zoom
that
hug looks
romance.
like that thing in Black Panther.
Yes.
Wakanda. Oh, thank you.
Like this,
Thank
yeah?
you, Joyce.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joyce.
Oh, look at
All
that.
right,
That's
guys.
enough. That's enough.
David's already gone.
David's gone. He's on his way out the door.
Congratulations again, Vicki.
All right,
Yes,
thank you.
our winner. That's a great way to start Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy week to all of you. See you next week.
All right. Take care.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Dave's Gone By, so much fun, so many guests. What a delight here on this February 12th, 2022, with the 837th episode of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream. We're calling this one Frigid Dare because we have all those wonderful people from the Frigid Festival. So we still, oh my God, we still have our Greeley Crimes and Old Times to do, our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, and our friends of the Daverhood to get to. Bit more. Honey, you ready to feel some criminality?
Oh, I guess that's what we're doing. Hold on, I gotta.
Yeah. Oh, I could do the friends first if you need a minute or two.
No, I can. This bed every time I move goes.
We know. Yeah, we do have a creaky bed.
Okay.
Anywho, Greeley Crimes and Old.
The apple. You're okay? Do you want a drink?
I'm great. I'm golden. Thank you so much. Greeley Crimes and Old Times comes from.
Wait.
Whoa, what's the matter?
I want to do shopping.
Joyce is going to change the lighting. Let's see. Barely registering, but there we go. I like the warmer color. No, that's colder. Warmer. Colder a little bit. That's still good. Oh, there we go. That's nice and bright. That's bright. That's all right. The Greeley Tribune. Not doing a commercial for it, by the way. This is not in any way, shape, or form any kind of advertisement or promotion.
Attacking trees.
Yeah. No, because I'm sure they're going to roll through this from Altice and go, oh, he's holding up a newspaper. He's probably telling people about. No, I mean you could. It's the Greeley Tribune from Greeley, Colorado.
It's in paper anymore. I don't think you can.
Just bare. I think it's still 4 days a week they publish hard copy, all the time, of course, on the web, and they have 2 articles in here every week. One is called Cop Log, which has to do with phone calls that come into the local police department, and the funniest, weirdest ones they gather in the paper, and we gather for you here. Also, 100 years ago, Mike Peters goes through the Greeley Tribune Republican, that's what it was called back in 1922, finds the goofiest things that were published in the newspaper 100 years ago. We mix up both of those items into a little segment that we like to call Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Flagadadee, Frigliotendeedwee. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Greeley Crimes and Old Times. We do it every week. We'll do just a few items because we're actually, I love this. We're getting backlogged. I always worry when they don't have enough and they don't publish for a week.
Well, it's because I love the panel with the 6 people. I have some really weird photos. The one where you look like you're. Who's the guy whose eyes bug out? Not Marty Feldman.
That's me.
No,
Marty Feldman, yeah.
You have one, it's like you look like you're, I don't know.
He has there was actually a parody song called Marty Feldman Eyes.
Yes,
based
I
on
can
the Kim
see.
Klein.
There's some weird stuff going on. What a great a group of guests, and then your quiz people. It's great.
Yeah, it's a fabulous show so far. Mm-hmm. Let's ruin it now with some Greeley Crimes and Old Times here on Dave's Gone Time. I'll tilt this down a little bit because I get smaller as the show goes on.
Oh, I'm tired.
Let's have some criminality about a man on 16th Street. He told police he was starting a company and he would be going door to door to raise money. What kind of company do you think this man was starting? I mean, this is the old-fashioned. Oh, what?
A door-to-door salesmanship.
Well, he's selling himself. He's saying he's warning people. I'm gonna go door to door.
Singing telegram.
Great, but no.
Gigolo.
No.
Tutor.
Oh, that's actually great,
Preacher.
but no. Nope.
Carpet cleaner.
No.
Barista.
No.
A nanny.
Oh, no.
Poppy.
Professor. No. This is tough. I mean, I wouldn't.
Police chief.
Closer.
Congressman. Oh, security guard.
Closer still-ish.
School security guard.
No.
Personal bodyguard.
Not quite.
Rottweiler. Pitbull.
In a manner of speaking, but no.
Security dog.
No. No, the answer, go for it. He calls police to tell him he's going to go door to door collecting money to start his business as a bounty hunter and bondsman.
Listen, if you have to go door to door and tell people you're a bounty hunter, that's scary.
Well, yeah.
Like, hello, do you have any criminals on the bounty hunter?
That's right. You're more likely to find a criminal hiding out than you are to get a donation.
That's not a good way to really start a business, right? Has he heard of like the thing called the interwebs?
Yeah, actually, what did they do before Kickstarter and GoFundMe? Like, what if an artist wanted to do an off-Broadway Fringe show in 1977?
Family and friends.
Yeah, right. Exactly. You know.
Social network pre-Facebook.
Send them an envelope. All right, we have another crime. Oh dear. A man at a park on 23rd Avenue in Greeley, Colorado, reported 5 teenagers with skateboards near his RV after one of the teens pulled down his pants and showed the man his bottom. So he called the cops on these kids.
Because they probably said, don't skate near my RV. And they probably said, here, look at this, baby. And then they...
Yeah, get off my RV lawn, you kid. Oh, my... And what does amuse me is probably if you changed one pronoun in this story, he would have been fine. If you say, pull down her pants, I'm sure the man would just drop his phone and start thanking God.
No, I don't think so. I think skater people are not... That's not good.
They're in good shape, obviously.
That's not good, though. That's not good. I don't like that. Do another one.
All right, here's another one. A caller on 30th Street. Oh, hold it. Is the phone going to ring? Oh, I have that premonition. Hello. Okay. Yeah, Where are you? 30th Street. Okay. He reported. Oh, wow. Gotta fix that phone. A white truck blasting music. The man inside turned up the volume when he was asked to stop. Look at it. People are just so rude.
People are fed up with the whole pandemic. They're like, yo, I can't take it.
I mean, you're asking the guy nicely, turn down and he goes,
of course,
to 11.
He might have said something naughty. And listen, I would not ask anybody in a van, truck, car to turn.
Yeah.
They might take out a gun and turn out your lights.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean,
this is what happens.
You're taking your life. A woman on Lakeside Drive.
Hold on.
She said that a house with big windows usually had its drapes open and its lights on, but the homeowner had the drapes closed. And the caller then said she thought she heard rustling in the bushes.
Is this the stalker?
Yeah. It's good when your neighbors are paying attention, right? They see if you see something, say something. But if you're watching your house across the way so closely, it's like normally I can see them, having sex in the upstairs bedroom, but they closed the drapes. How could they?
That invasion of that's creepster.
I can't even focus my binoculars because of the pattern on the shades.
Maybe they're sleeping in, or maybe they're like. If it were my mom or dad, they'd be out taking out the garbage, right? If they're taking out the garbage on the side of your house, then you're going to get reported to the police.
I don't know. Anywho, let's this is all sort of new anxiety-ridden, modern 2022 crime and reportage. Let's take a breath and do some items from the newspaper from 100 years ago. In a divorce case in Greeley, the wife said she married the man when he, quote, wooed her with soft words. And he said he'd take care of her children and pay her grocery bills. After they married, he put the 4 children to work in the beet fields and made $432 from their work. He then spent only $40 on the children and kicked their mother out of the house. Wow. I gotta ask that guy for some advice about marriage. Let me tell you, this guy knows what he's doing. Yeah, joking, dear darling.
Remember when we have that kid?
Yes. Let's move on to New Raymer.
Yes, queen.
New Raymer, Colorado, which doesn't exist anymore, I don't think.
Now it's called Old Raymer.
That's right, it was previous Raymer. The principal of the high school talked to a man and said that the man's son had been stealing from the school. The parent became angry and punched the principal in the face. The father is in jail now. Always got to worry, even then, it's like, my boy, not my boy. I think we watched like a week ago that Alfred Hitchcock episode.
Oh, the kid was
our beloved friend of the Daverhood, our late friend,
right?
Egg Asner. He's a father who doesn't want to admit that his kid is.
He made the kid that way because the child was sociopathic or psychopathic. I don't know the term, but he made him that way because the kid disobeyed him when he was younger, and he put the kid's hand in boiling water, a pot of boiling water,
right?
Because he wanted to discipline the kid. So he I think the message was you can destroy children or the personality and the feelings of people.
Well, it's a great episode, and although the thing is,
it was so creepy.
The boiling hand thing kept the kid from drilling the woman to death, so that did work.
No, he only didn't drill her to death because he tripped over the cord didn't reach. He was going to.
Oh, he pulled the thing out. Oh, that's right. You're right.
He would have done it. He killed Pero Perdido y todos esos.
Yeah, he was a bad seed. He was indeed.
I don't think he was a bad seed. I think he was. That was fostered in him by his parents.
Yeah. I mean, everybody talks about the Twilight Zone, but Alfred Hitchcock that's got some good stuff on it.
Yeah, we should watch more of it. We got it on the Peacock.
For you people who rent out, I'm reading from verbatim from the newspaper from 1922. For you people who rent out their farms or homes, make sure there's no bootlegging on your property. In the Meade area, a rental farmer was caught. making whiskey. The land and house were claimed by the county because of the moonshining and lack of tax payments. The farm owner was not charged, but he lost the farm. Wow, this thing beat. What was it? Bit the farm? He ate the farm.
Sold the farm.
What do they say when someone dies? He something to the farm.
The dust.
He
left the farm.
He bought the farm. He bought the farm. I think that was it. Something like that. Let's move elsewhere. We do this on Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Not every single item that we do on the show is just from Greeley or Northern Colorado. We do one or two that are odd stories from elsewhere in the universe. And we have one. This one comes, and it's new, from Detroit, Michigan. True story. A Michigan school district, and again, this goes back to the times we're living in. A Michigan school district has debunked, and found themselves forced to debunk, a wild claim that the school provided litter boxes for students who identify as furries. Those are, of course, people who dress up as anthropomorphic animals. A Facebook post detailing the hilarious rumor is blowing up online. Quote, literally, they have to come out and say this, quote, "There is no truth whatsoever to this false statement accusation," wrote the superintendent of Midland Public Schools. At an open meeting, concerned parent Lisa Hansen said she was really disturbed.
I'd be disturbed.
I think she is disturbed. After reportedly learning from a student that, quote, "At least one of our schools, in one of the unisex bathrooms, has a litter box for kids who identify as cats." No shit. Quote, "I'm all for creativity and imagination, but when someone lives in a fantasy world and expects other people to go along with it, I have a problem with that." Hansen defined furry. Her definition of furry is someone who identifies as a cat or dog or whatever. Footage of that spurious accusation was subsequently shared to Facebook by the co-chair of the Michigan Republican Party, who wrote, quote, "Parent heroes will take back our schools." In response, the school superintendent wrote, quote, "Let me be clear in this communication. There have never been litter boxes within MPS schools," unquote.
Good, yeah.
But this is the other side of the misinformation thing. But it's like when kids would come home and make up a story and tell the kid another story, and a parent hears about it, and it becomes, old man. We used to have Old Man Jack on the block,
It's the way that the rumors, rumors always travel now. They just travel digitally.
Lightning speed, overnight. And then you have parents like, because that was you always had the boogeyman, you had the Boo Radley down the end of the block. That was always. But now it's sort of like, there's a litter box in school.
When I was a student teaching at Fordham, and the professor I worked with was like, "Let me know if anyone's taking a picture of me, because the cell phones just came out." And I was like, "Why?" And she's like, "They're going to post it online." She was like paranoid about people getting her image. I was like, "Oh, okay." But I was like, they're struggling to learn the content of the class. Most of them are not like taking pictures.
No, but in some ways she's right. In some ways, any kid holding up 10 seconds of a video can destroy a teacher's career.
Or
build
it, depending on the.
Well, yeah. Let's do a few more crimes and old times, and then we'll go on with more of Dave's Gone By.
I don't know how you have the energy, honey.
Because this was such an energizing episode of the show. I had so much fun.
Yes, yeah.
A caller. Oh. Hello. A caller on 35th Avenue. Oh, okay. There we go. Reported a man screaming at an older man, quote, "I don't care." This is only a caller on 35th Avenue reporting a man screaming at an older man, "I don't care how old you are. You don't do that."
Was it Meatloaf?
I know, right? But I would do anything for love. No, you won't do that.
Well, everybody's a critic.
Oh, man. A man on 19th Street reported 3 people. I don't understand this.
Okay.
This makes no sense. He reported 3 people were squatting in his house after it burned down.
Okay.
If the house is burned down,
he means that there was a fire, like it wasn't completely
are you sitting on a foundation?
No, but I think it's like, after a fire, usually you can't, like we've seen houses here, after a fire you can't go in the house. It's not.
But it isn't down to rubble. It's still.
But what is inhabitable, unhabitable? I don't know the English.
It doesn't. Yeah, uninhabitable.
But it means so if there's a house like that, a lot of times abandoned buildings, like all these ghosts or these zombie buildings, people live in.
True. Yeah, I mean, I just thought it was funny the way they put it. Like after the house burned down, there's people squatting in it. I'm like, okay.
Maybe they're ghosts.
That could be it.
Let's see.
Or as I like to say, that's the spirit. Shall we do another old?
Is someone cooking beef?
Maybe. Potato, did you fart? No. No, he didn't. He didn't actually. Oh yeah, pop the window open. They're not working. Let's see. How about some tobacco dealers in Greeley and Loveland. This is from 100 years ago in the papers. Some tobacco dealers are having problems selling cigarettes to women. In Loveland, one dealer said he would sell cigarettes only to pretty women.
Why?
I don't know. I guess they look, pretty women. In Greeley, the dealers sell them to the women's brothers who give them to their sisters. That's nice. Give your sisters cancer.
I never smoked, but I remember the guy on the corner. It was like a candy store, and he would sell loose cigarettes to people.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I remember asking some friend of mine, "Do you smoke after sex?" And she said, "I don't know. I've never checked." You know what? I think we'll end the segment.
I have to stand because I can't sit on that bed no more.
This is perfect Valentine's ending of our segment, Greeley Crimes and Old Times.
Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool.
Oh, he was not.
I'm sure that you'll agree with me that Greeley was no fool.
What he is getting at is that Mr. Greeley was no fool.
Yippee-yi!
Yippee-yi, 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 yi-yi, yippee, yippee,
Now, I don't know if this is a promise or a threat, but we still have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned to do. Before we get to that, and then we'll end the show, I do want to thank you so much one more time, or thank the folks one more time who have been on this episode of the show. For this particular episode, so many people to thank. Don't forget Rabbi Saul Solomon, founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. You can find out more about him, read his sermons, his rabbinical reflections, watch his stage show at shalomdammit.com. It's just this one note that's really, the others aren't bad. C isn't bad, as you can see. ShalomDammit.com is also the place you can watch 10 episodes of his hilarious television program. It's all there for free, ShalomDammit, DAMMIT.com. Now, Rabbi Saul had the honor of interviewing a bunch of fun people from the...
David, I hate to say it, but you and the rabbi are closer and closer. You seem very similar.
Really?
Yes, you do.
Really? Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, we go to the same temple. What the... Did you just hear that? What in the name of hell was that?
I don't know. It's somebody beeping a horn.
That's and then they're doing giant construction work across the way, but I've never heard anything like that.
I think it was a big horn.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, he had the fun of talking with people involved in the Frigid New York City 2022 festival that is happening February 16th, so starting this week through March 6th.
Their stuff. It was beautiful. It was so bad that when the rabbi left the talents, it was all sweaty. I just aired it out. Yeah.
I'll remind you, these are the shows to see among all the others at the Fringe. I mean, I would have loved to talk to, or Rabbi Saul would have loved to talk to a whole bunch, but had a great time with Keith Alessi, who's doing the show Tomatoes Tried to Kill Me, but Banjos Saved My Life. Grant Bowen, his play A Public-Private Prayer. Mike Lemme, who wrote Bathroom of a Bar on Bleecker. Brian Schiller of Three Funerals and a Chimp. And Julia VanderVeen, My Grandmother's Eye Patch. You can see every single one of them, and in fact, I think they're all also streaming. Go to frigid.nyc.
Frigid. It's nice to get the backstory and hear a little bit about their experience.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, by the way, also to Emily Owens. I'm going to get that right.
Oh, was she the person who...
Emily Owens, the press agent, who said that. And it was her idea. I was like, I'm interested in this one, I'm interested in this. And she said, well, what about having a bunch on?
I think that's smart, yeah.
Light bulb. Thank you, Emily.
I hope they all do really well. I hope they sell out to capacity, the COVID capacity they can do. I hope they get...
Yeah.
I hope they're all successful.
I mean, really, they're delightful folks to hang with.
Really good shows.
Yeah. I want to see every one of those shows, too.
Very good.
If I don't go into the city, we'll stream them.
We didn't ask. The one thing we should have asked the guy who kind of organized it was, do they have like a thing where you could get a package?
Oh,
like a festival.
Frigid.nyc, I'll bet you. I'm sure.
I didn't look. I didn't see it.
Maybe not. Yeah. Some Fringe festivals, you buy a thing and you get to see everything. Yeah.
Pass,
maybe they do. Maybe I don't know. I have to go to frigid.nyc, and so could you.
I posted their link before.
Thank you also to David Sheward, Leslie Hoban Blake, and Vicki Quade. Go see Vicki's Bible Bingo and Late Night Catechism if you're in Chicago and can get to the Greenhouse Theater. But these are just the people who have been on this program today, February 12th, 2022. We've had people who've been on this program weeks ago, months ago, years ago. We want to let you know what they're up to, and we call those folks the Friends of the Daverhood. Oh, thank you, Ludwig. Little music under as we tell you about some of the folks that are going to be doing things. In other words, they've been on this program and now they're doing something great with their careers. We're going to let you know what. For example, tonight on Long Island at Landmark on Main, that says further out east on the island, Lucy Kaplansky is in concert. So go see her at Landmark on Main. That is this evening, Saturday night. Now we go all the way to Monday, February 14th, Valentine's Day. So much to do on Valentine's Day. Broadway by the Year is back, Scott Siegel's show, and it's going to be the new wave. For years, Scott Siegel and his wife would put together these concerts devoted to a particular year or two on Broadway. To change things up, now they're having different themes, but it's still Broadway and cabaret level people doing the songs of the era with some explanation of them. It's Broadway by the Year, the new wave, and it happens in Manhattan, right in Midtown, Town Hall. For tickets, go to thetownhall.org. Hon, guess what? We have an alert. We have an Austin Pendleton alert, because the ubiquitous Austin Pendleton is Pendletoning. He is going to be honored by the Theater for the New City Love and Courage Gala happening at the Players Club on Monday night. So a big mazel tov to Austin Pendleton, just this incredibly talented, and he just, he can probably retire at this point from the money he's made doing various TV shows, and he's been in the occasional movie and stuff, but he's always doing cabaret. He's always working, doing off-Broadway shows, as well as Broadway ones. Do go, if you want to buy a table or support the Theater for the New City, their Love and Courage Gala happening at the Players Club this Monday night, honoring Austin P. And then Monday night, I know where I'm going to be. I'm going to be watching Rabbi Saul Solomon taking part online in the Gingold Theatrical Group's Valentine Slam. Rabbi Saul, it's going to be sometime between 6 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Everybody gets 3 minutes, no matter how famous or in Rabbi Sal's case, infamous you are, to read poetry, to sing a song, do a monologue about love or Valentine's Day, or even the dark sides of things. And go to Gingold Theater Group's website and read about it, and then you can see if you want to watch. It's free to watch this Valentine Slam, although of course Gingold will want you to make a donation. Among the other people performing at this online event as part of it are 3 friends of the Daverhood. Charles Bush, the wonderful playwright, and do we even say female impersonator anymore? I mean, he often dresses up as women in his plays, but Charles Bush, drag, that's it. Robert Cuccioli, and we should have a Robert Cuccioli alert, since he's constantly doing things as well. And the wonderful comedy actress Renee Taylor, if you remember him, I am getting punchy. If you remember her from The Nanny and on all those shows she used to do on Broadway and off Broadway with Joe Bologna. Gingold Theater Group, it is live. It will be the Valentine's Day Slam. Go to their website and also their Facebook pages, which is where you'll watch this Monday night, Valentine's Day, 6 p.m. to 7:30 on their Facebook feed. And Rabbi Sal, I'm telling you, you're not going to want to miss him. He's going to be reading and reciting classic Jewish love poems that he wrote all by himself. Oh, yeah. Yes. By the way, on Tuesday night, February 17th, Bill T. Jones is going to be in conversation with Yvonne Rainier, That will be a live stream conversation at newyorklivearts.org. Bill T. Jones, a groundbreaking, exciting Broadway and dance choreographer. He and Arnie Zane created the Jones and Zane choreography dance group, and Jones choreographed Fela and some other Broadway shows as well. So if you want to hear him talk about his work, first of all, you can go on davesgoneby.com and hear our interview with him from a few years back when he was on one of our Tony specials. But you can also hear him in conversation, newyorklivearts.org. That is on Tuesday night. And then coming up later in the week, we have, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I think it's Friday and Saturday then. Melissa Errico is going to be at Feinstein's 54 Below, singing songs from and promoting her new album, Out of the Dark, from Ghostlight Records. Melissa Errico, this coming weekend, Friday and Saturday, at Feinstein's 54 Below, in person. Also, playing now through the middle of February, so a couple more days to still catch this, on demand, from the Untitled Theater Company, which Edward Einhorn runs, his play Alma Baya, available on demand, untitledtheater.com, and that's theater with an ER. Robin Hitchcock is still doing his Wednesday living room concerts now through February 23rd. And speaking of passes, for $20, you get tickets to all 4. $5 a concert, sit at home in your living room, put on the good speakers, and there's Robin Hitchcock for like an hour and a half, playing hits and rarities and cover versions, and his, I'm not sure if he's married, but his wife or girlfriend, she accompanies him sometimes. A lot of fun. Definitely check them out. Robin Hitchcock on Facebook, ROBYN Hitchcock. Playing now through the end of February and probably long beyond that, Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano at Birdland on Saturday nights at 7. They're there tonight. 315 West 44th Street, so it's between 8th and 9th Avenue on 44th in Manhattan. Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano. Also playing now through the end of February, David Sheward just mentioned this, the play by the new group called Black No More, which features our friend Lilias White. That is at the Signature Theater off Broadway. Vince Giordano and the Nighthawks are at Bond 55, and they're playing now through early March on Monday and Tuesday nights. Ruben Santiago Hudson is the director of the play Skeleton Crew that they were just talking about on the show. That's a Manhattan Theater Club production at the Samuel J. Friedman Theater. On Broadway, Ray Bachor is still playing Amos in Chicago. The New Amsterdam Theatre hosts Aladdin, the musical, which features music by Alan Menken. Jim Caruso's Cast Party happens every Monday night at Birdland. StageBuddy.com is a website run by our friend Evan Siplow. So if you want to find out about New York nightlife, go to StageBuddy.com. DrDemento.com for new Dr. Demento shows. And for podcasts about upstate New York history, don't forget BobCudmore.com. And oh, my friends, those are the friends of the Daverhood. A little bit of Beethoven there. That was the Larghetto of second movement, Larghetto, which was somewhat near the Warsaw Ghetto, I believe. Anyway, it is only 5 minutes to 1 p.m. Eastern Time here in the Daverhood. My gosh, we're almost an hour overtime. That's why I can't get my mouth to work anymore. But yes, we have just a little bit more show to do before we let you go on this Saturday afternoon, February 12th, 2022, here on Dave's Gone By. I'm in New York, I'm on Long Island, but for a long time, my wife and I lived in Colorado. Well, when we were living in Colorado, I loved it so much that I started writing horrible, risque, naughty poems about so many different places in Colorado. Big cities, small towns, little hick burgs with only a mailbox, not even a post office, and maybe a general store. Anything that I could squeeze into a 5-line risque poem, a limerick. And this week we go to Castle Pines, Colorado. I'll tell you a little bit about it and give you my horrific poem about Castle Pines, our Colorado limerick of the damned.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 will end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick. Rocky Mountain,
Colorado, indeed. Yes, we're going to go to Castle Pines, Colorado. It's a city of 11,000 people. It's actually pretty big. It's in Douglas County in central Colorado and really part of the Denver metro area. So that's how it's zoned. It was basically put together only in the last 15 years to be a gated community with golf courses and luxury homes. Let me tell you about this. This median income in Castle Pines, median family income there is $135,000 a year. They should almost be working for Oxfam. But they have lots of parks and trails. It's a very nice suburb, shall we say, of Denver, right there in central Colorado. Castle Pines, not so nice after you hear my poem, my Colorado limerick of the damned. When partying in Castle Pines, I always come dressed to the nines. For dating is tricky when women are picky and won't let you near their vagines. If you have any complaints, please send them to davesgoneby@aol.com. DAVESGONEBY. davesgoneby@aol.com. I read basically everything everybody sends me. I don't always have time to write back. davesgoneby@aol.com. You're also welcome, please, to post your messages, your thoughts, your ideas right here on this Facebook page under the show. If you are a friend on Facebook and you want to or direct message me, feel free on this Dave's Gone By Facebook page as well. I'd love to hear from you. You know, if YouTube would have only emailed me or messaged me instead of instantaneously bot blocking me, we'd be having a very different conversation to start the show today. But anywho, I thank so many of you for listening, for writing in, for telling other people about the show, for remembering that you can watch archived episodes of this program either right here on this Facebook page for the past few years, or every show we've ever done, just about, archived at davesgoneby.com, archived at archive.org. The audio is at castbox.fm. We do an hour of a random episode Tuesday nights, 9:30 to 10:30 p.m. prime time on Channel 20 on Altice Cable in Nassau County, and yeah, so lots of different ways to see the same stuff. We like to direct people first to the main website, davesgoneby.com. So if, let's say, you want to share this episode, we had so much fun with the quiz and talking to the Frigid Festival folks, and you want to say, oh my God, this is great, or you know someone who's doing a Fringe, someone in America, and say, you should watch at least that hour of the show. It's a really cool conversation with people who are figuring out how to make theater post-pandemic, theater on a nothing budget unless they're running up their credit cards. You should watch this. Well, did they just miss it? No. Watch it right here on Facebook. Watch it right here, davesgoneby.com. It'll take about a day for us to get the program up on my website, but we will. And then it will be there perpetually, davesgoneby.com. Also, want to do a couple more shout outs to the fine folks at ULIT Minuteman Press. They are, I can give their slogan, I can give their logo and not actually advertise for them. ULIT Minuteman Press, the copy kings of Broadway. For years and years and years, they've helped me. They helped me put out this magazine, which I'm not advertising. I am not telling you to buy this magazine. I'm not saying how incredibly useful this is to people who write about theater, who own theater, who book theaters. No, I wouldn't say anything like that about Performing Arts Insider, which some folks have called the Bible of Broadway for 77 years. No, I'm not going to say it. And I'm not going to say what a fantastic job the folks at ULIT Minuteman Press do in putting that together. Wouldn't even dare. I think it, but I wouldn't even say it. But thank you so much to ULIT Minuteman Press and to folks who who support the show and who support the magazine and all the endeavors of this guy, including one more website for you to check out, davelefkowitz.org. davelefkowitz.org. See, I'm putting all our video and audio and stuff from Dave's Gone By at davesgoneby.com. But if you want to read my stuff, I'm basically a writer. Want to read my plays, my short plays, my full-length plays? Do you want to read the theater reviews, hundreds of them, that I wrote in the 1980s and 90s and 2000s? They're there. If you want to read my egregious song lyrics, written dozens and dozens of songs over the years, the lyrics are there. If you want to read the interviews that I've done, they've just, Rita Rudner is on the cover of Long Island Woman magazine. This month is a January, February issue. I did that interview with her. She was fantastic. And if you can't get a hard copy of the magazine, davelefkowitz.org. I posted it so you can read it there as well. Whole bunch of things, hundreds and hundreds of items. And, like everybody else who's reached my age and hasn't become famous, it's more important for me to have the viewership, to have the support, to have people read my work, watch my show, go and find, the little short movies I was in, or the stuff that I've worked on with Rabbi Sal Solomon at shalomdammit.com. That is now the most important thing, that I be watched and remembered and thought of, even if you're one of these people working for YouTube, where you're just looking for a reason to take me down. You're just looking for me to say something else about Anne Frank that will be against community stand. I think Anne Frank is alive. Don't you? I think this whole addict thing is a hoax. She is alive. She's old at this point. She's not hot anymore. But she's, she's bouncing around somewhere in Amsterdam. Probably was low on money for a time. Probably worked about 10, 15 years in the red light district. So, Anne Frank.
Are you on drugs? I thought you said that. I'm now looking for a pet.
I'm just goading YouTube to give me, for more reasons to take this show down, as opposed to the completely stupid and ridiculous reason.
Be happy that you're noticed. mean,
Yeah. That someone took the time at YouTube to say, he was talking about vaccines and not in the way that exactly is in line with the left wing that owns YouTube. Therefore, we're going to delete his show. Well, the great news, of course, is you can watch the show in a bunch of other ways, as I've just said. And the great news is that it gives me fodder to talk about. It gave me a half hour of golden talk opportunity at the beginning of this show to say, fuck YouTube. And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, next week on this program, live, well, the program will be live. I'm not going to lie to you. The program, February 19th, Saturday from 9 until noon or thereabouts. Brand new, live episode of Dave's Gone By, but featuring a wonderful recorded interview that we just did last week. Rabbi Saul got to talk to Judy Collins. Now, Judy Collins was on this program a few years back, about 7 years ago. Delightful, but back then we were still only doing audio, it was a radio show, so you didn't get to see her, right? And I think I did the interview. I don't think Rabbi Saul did it. So this is a whole different animal, and yet still. So one of the most famous people we've ever had on the show, and she's actually come back, Judy Collins, next Saturday. Wow, on Dave's Gone By. Don't miss it. I'll be here. You be here. And until then, happy Valentine's Day. I mean, I had a host of Valentine's Days when I was lonely, when I wasn't seeing anybody, when girls wouldn't even look at me, boys wouldn't even look at animals. Wouldn't even look at me. I'd go to farms, and the sheepdogs, the sheep would see the dogs and be happy and be cavorting and playing with them. I would try and go have sex with a sheep, and I'd be nah. So I've had my share of not very happy Valentine's Days. I hope yours is happy. I want to wish a most happy and loving Valentine's Day to my darling and adorable wife, Joyce.
Is that because I peel the apple for you? Do you like
She
it?
even peels me food.
Yes.
Isn't that
when your teeth are no longer there, I will be peeling your food.
No, she won't kiss me because of COVID. But can we do like an air kiss or like a soul kiss or something?
You gotta come this
All
way.
right, hold on, I'll be right there. We'll make sex noises so they know that we're actually doing. Oh, I love you too. Happy Valentine's Day. Kissy, kissy. Well, it's an audio-visual medium. What happened?
I know how potato felt. I walked into a hot thing. I felt it.
She went into the ring light. Oh no!
Poor
no!
Potato.
Maybe you scorched yourself from my kiss.
From the love.
So it was so
hot. That was
hot.
David.
There you go. So whether or not you have a life partner or current partner to love, maybe you have a family member that you love, or a pet that you love, or a hobby. If you're lonely but you have a great hobby, and that hobby could just be over the pandemic, watching your favorite show, binging Game of Thrones or Mrs. Maisel or whatever it is, and you love it, spend Monday night doing that and enjoy your Valentine's Day. Most happy one to you. Have a great, happy week. We'll see you next time in the Daverhood for the 838th episode of Dave's Gone By. Until then, I love all of you. That's a blanket statement. I obviously don't. YouTube can take this down for me lying about that, because some of you I love, some of you are great. I'll tolerate the rest of you. I'm sure there are people who are watching the show I'm really liking person. But either way, love you all, and gone by.
Days gone by, 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 days gone by.
And don't forget, Monday night, 6 o'clock to 7:30 in the evening, Gingold Theater Group on Facebook, Rabbi Saul. Be there. Just be there.